You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, May 8th, 2024, Wednesday around 11 p.m. We're here to play another session of the 7th Citadel. This is our 9th session. I think there are about 60 hours of the 7th Citadel up on the channel now, including the 4 little top 10 tips and strategies videos I made. We're nearing the end of this campaign. I'm still as engaged as I was on day one. Jonathan messaged me this afternoon, said, "You want to play another scenario today?" I said, "Let's do it." Anything we need to catch up on? You can see, you could probably judge the type of video, the type of live stream we're going to have based on whether I shave or not for any given video. So you can tell this is sort of a last minute thing. I was a little late getting started. We're trying out the new build of OBS with the new build of my plugins. The last time we played, which was Monday, 2 days ago, the chat plugin wasn't quite working. I think that's fixed now, so I should be able to not just see you here on the sidebar, but test the blinking light, which has just come on. You can't see it, but I can. So the blinking light does work. And I'm experimenting with a couple other things, but so everything seems to be working well so far. Anything else we need to talk about before we get started today? I am interested in finishing this campaign for the 7th Citadel for a couple of reasons. One of which is that I'm just really enjoying the game. The other thing is one of the things I like most, you know that I love talking about these games as much as I do playing them. And boy, this game really gets the gears turning in terms of ideas for games, what makes a game fun. There's lots of stuff going on here that I'm anxious to talk about as well. Okay, well, while I'm waiting for you to chime in, if you've got other stuff you want to talk about, let's recap what happened at the end of the last scenario. So we've had this thing that's happened in the world. What do they call, I forget what they call it. It's not a split. It's in the dialogue book. It's in the glossary. The Great Reversal, it's called. So this reversal, it says it's happened a year ago. It's a little weird because the first event you have, the first game you play, the New Beginnings, it seems to be when this has just occurred, but now it's a year later. But the Citadels have gotten broken up. We're these gardener slaves that are rebuilding a community, and a neighboring Citadel, presumably under the orders of this wizard, this necro druid, came and tried to extort money from our little new community, and we drove them off. We welcomed some soldiers from their group, and those soldiers brought with them this invasive species, this cocoon type creature that has now been found around our camp and is causing lots of concern. And on our last mission, we went to the Great Library of Waterbank. We trekked all the way up north. We found the Great Library. Jonathan Warner figured out the secret code of the librarian, and we found the information we were looking for. It turns out that these little cocoons that are now proliferating in our community are part of a weapon that the necro druid Dadachaem, I guess, had found, created, and had discovered the only cure for. And that these cocoons are very hard to get rid of, but that there is a caterpillar that can get rid of them, a special kind of caterpillar. And we found the document that this wizard, this mage, this evil person, had written up about those the one way to cure these cocoons, and it's from some caterpillar, I forget the name of it, some caterpillar that lives underground in what's called the foundation area. Now, we've run into this foundation area before. It's this circular discs, these big giant round stone things, funeral caterpillars, or funereal caterpillars are what they were called. So we've run across 2 of these discs now in the world that let you access the underground, and they require your stats to basically be maxed out, your community stats. So we weren't able to go in them before, but now we are, I believe, strong enough. The only stat that's not super strong now is our defense. That's a little bit concerning. I wonder if we're in a bit of a trouble. We may need to check our records and see if we need to spend some of our upgrades on boosting defense. Knowledge and influence are completely maxed out. Production is just about maxed out, and that refreshes. That we get +1 on everything each scenario because of our various buildings we've built. So, but we probably should check our records about getting into this underworld, because if it requires, it doesn't strictly require everything. I think it wants everything to be at 20, but if it doesn't strictly require it, the cost for going in there is very high. So we may need to spend upgrades to get this to 20 if our records show that we need to be 20. So at the end of the last mission, we had gotten the information we needed. We came home and we finished some side quests. We healed this village that was getting some black plague, black lung from the crevasse. And we healed them, and we also met and befriended a dog, Brownie, we called him. Very useful, especially at these skills. I mean, he's great. And he might run away, but we had his help for a couple things at the end of the last scenario, and he didn't run away, so that's good. And what else happened? Last session, we went into the town of Waterbank, the city of Waterbank, a pretty impressive city. And here are our 2 companions that have been joining us, who couldn't be more different. We've got this very dour, serious-looking woman who's called an apprentice arcanist, who's incredibly powerful and useful. In fact, she has been the most important thing we've traveled around with. She's come in extremely handy because these 2 actions, thinking and magic spells, come up quite a bit. So she's been incredibly useful for us. On the other hand, we've got Jaleria, who is very, very rarely of any use. She does carry her own weight, but she doesn't carry anything else. She's got a good attitude, though. So we take her around with us, and our main character, I'll remind you, we chose to play this kid here, Arthur, who just wants adventure. And so we've been trying to give him an adventure of a lifetime. And so yesterday we passed in town another stage where people can play music and perform. This girl's got some skills at music. No real skills acting, but she's desperate to act. Every time we find a stage, she wants to get up and perform. We have to expend a lot of energy to let her perform, but we've been doing it. And at one of our last things we did, we had an option to barter away in order to get this elegant hat that helps you perform. And it was really an inefficient thing to do, but we got her that hat. And now she can perform better the next town she goes to. But I said, when we got her the hat, I said, look, guys, it may come to a time when someone has to die. And I don't want anyone complaining when we let her take the sacrifice, because she hasn't been that useful and we've given her a good life. And so that's that. I want that on the record. But the other thing I was thinking after we were playing it, doesn't it kind of make sense that he's keen on her? Like, now it makes sense why we were taking her with us, giving her all these good adventures, bending over backwards to get her what she wants. Like, I think our character here is kind of sweet on her. So it wouldn't be the most unthematic thing if in the end of this we let the two of these go off into the sunset. So we think that today the new scenario is going to send us in search of these funeral caterpillars underground to cure our community from the cocoons. That's what we expect to happen. At the end of the last scenario, because we cured all those people, we did so much good stuff, we got all 7 Hope Reborns. We got 4 on our own, and then we got 3 objectives, which let us get 3 more. Something like that. So we do have 7 Hope Reborns, 7 upgrades that we're going to have to talk about how to spend today. That'll be the first thing we do today, is choose how to spend our upgrades. Is there anything I've missed from our adventures 2 days ago? Any other, let's bring up the chat. Any other items we got? We still haven't found our strange mark. We got a couple more books. We got these books that let us do things that we haven't been messing with. Like, we've got this very useful thing for fighting monsters. We encountered some people, and we thought the rules would let us use this, but we decided thematically we shouldn't. Got some other stuff. We do have, actually, we did find, first of all, we have 2 parcels that we've been asked to deliver. Remember, when this campaign ends, we don't have a chance to do these things anymore. So we may want to try to do these if we have a chance. I think they go to... This one wants to be delivered to Cal. These come from the dispensaries. It feels like we've met Vesnia, but this is the one we've been carrying around. We actually haven't met her. This one's made of glass. This one, a very sketchy woman gave us to deliver. We think this might be drugs. Both of these can be opened, so if we get to the end of the campaign and we don't deliver them, we may want to just open them for ourselves. This one we know where to bring it. This one I'm not sure we know. And then we got 2 other interesting things that we were thinking about whether we should use them. We got we got 2, I think it's 2 spells. One is this diffraction spell. The other one was a book. Where is that? Yes, this one. So here are 2 things we got recently. One is a diffraction spell that we're told maybe could camouflage people, but we don't know what it will actually do. And the question is, you can't do it while you're in the middle of a forced fight, so we wondered, should we just do it and find out what happens? But now that I think about it, look at it. Look what it does. It gives us a 53. Aren't those our... No, those aren't our... Those aren't the conditions, right? They aren't the blessings. No, those are the 151, 152. So I don't think we know what this is, what it does. It should camouflage us, but maybe it's just a card that says you can get out of a fight by running away. We don't know. But the question is, do we do it to find out what it does? This doesn't say it goes away. So maybe you just do this. Maybe we should do this so we know what it is, prepare ourselves for having to run away. And then we got this cool book here, where this guy talks about being able to levitate. You should be able to levitate it to lift any of your belongings. Now I read it a little more carefully. This sounds like it might let us carry stuff. This might let us carry more weight. So we may want to consider that. Maybe we wait till we get something that's too heavy to carry. Now I think that it might be like a flying tray. This is going to let us carry more weight. I don't know why we didn't register that, because the story was about him trying to levitate himself or something else. So I think this is what lets us carry more items. All right, so we probably want to use those pretty soon. I think we're coming to the end of this campaign. I think we've got about 2 more scenarios to go, just looking at the book. All right, I guess we can get started here. We got, on our last scenario, we got conclusion A, where we came back, they still got their cocoons, but we're going to fix them. We talked to some people, everything's doing fine. Okay, so let's follow these cleanup instructions. It says return all objective cards. So let me do that. I've cleaned up all the rest of the cards in the past. If you have a task to be done card, return it. So you could have gotten some task that we were trying to do, but we didn't. Discards all of their hand cards, which I've done here. We finished the Great Library, and now we're going to go to the next scenario, which is Funeral Caterpillars. Here we go. All of their cards with the keyword temporary. We should do this in order, so you shouldn't read ahead of me. Let's see. This is not quite working. Okay, don't read ahead. Okay, return all the temporary. I believe the only temporary thing we have is a blessing that made us focused. Where did I put that? Okay, so unleashed is temporary blessing, so that goes back. Unblocks all of their cards. I guess that normally happens, but we haven't needed to do it because we've had so few blocked. But last time we made a lot of use of these blocked cards. So that's great that these are now unblocked. Our powerful cards. I was going to say we're not really taking advantage of the blocked powerful cards the way we should. Shuffle all the cards in their discard pile back into their action deck and block all of their companions. Now, I was wondering, so there are 2 companions. I was wondering what's going to happen with the dog. Is he going to run away? Are we going to get him blocked? But turns out he doesn't run away. He's staying loyal to us, the dog. He doesn't even block. Okay, so he stays out. These 2 get blocked, but we always recover them, so have no concerns about that. All right, let me just shuffle up here. I mean, that apprentice is just out of control powered, OP, as they say. And there's our symbol for our current mission, a worm. I don't remember seeing any special worm symbols on any of the cards we've seen before, but that may make sense since I think we suspect we're going to spend our entire time today in a dungeon crawl underground in areas we've never been, so I suspect we're entering new territory for this mission. Okay. Continuing. One last time, you review the information about cocoons recorded in the codex you read in Waterbank's Great Library. Read 131. Okay, it wants us to look at this again to review. That seems like it might be important. Okay, here's 131. Amidst the details of the Necro-Druid's work, you find the passage that interests you. I have finally succeeded in producing the ultimate weapon. Silky cocoons whose growth, slow on mineral, accelerates prodigiously in contact with organic matter and at the slightest aggression. Once they reach maturity, they release spores into the air, which eventually form living agglomerates. The size and aggressiveness of the resulting creatures depends on the quantity of spores. The only way to destroy the cocoons is to use their natural predator, the funeral caterpillar. According to an ancient codex in aged mortuary rites, the organs of the deceased were placed in a jar to be cleansed of any putrefaction by the caterpillars. Organs could survive, and there are accounts of lungs that continued to expel air several cycles after being removed from their owner's body. So the funeral caterpillars, oh, it continues. All right, let's keep reading. I sent a group of gardeners to look for graves containing these urns. They brought one back from the foundations, an underground world whose entrances, large circular stone slabs, open only on occasion. After unsuccessful attempts to get through the entrance located north of my citadel, they finally located an entrance to the east of the Forbidden City. Naturally, I made sure they could never speak of their discovery again. No one but I must have access to these caterpillars because whoever has them can destroy the cocoons. For this reason, I will design creatures that can sniff out their scent and, if necessary, destroy them. I did not repeat the experiment with the cocoons. It is too dangerous and costly in energy. I have kept only one specimen safely stored in the basement of the Citadel. I control its incessant expansion with the caterpillars. In time, it will allow me to eliminate the burrowers and, in the process, all those who might get in my way. It seems that the evil that affects your camp comes from this cocoon released during the reversal when the Citadel of Dadachaem was destroyed. You must now return to prepare an expedition to retrieve the funeral caterpillars from the foundations. So that's the book we read at the end of the last scenario. It just repeats to us how all this happened and went wrong and where we have to go. He mentions the two entrances to the foundation, one of which, well, here, let's bring it up on our map. So here is our map of all the places we've discovered from our 8 sessions so far. And Dadachaem's Citadel is over here. That's the one that collapsed, setting free the cocoons. Our Citadel is here. And he mentions in his document that there's a stone slab that he couldn't get into to his north, which is there. And then he mentions the one that they could get into, which is the one that we know about, which is on our map. Where is it? To the east of the Forbidden City. Where is it? Isn't it right near us? Yes, right there. Okay, so that's where we're going to get underground. After we build our upgrades, don't forget. Now he says to the east of the Forbidden City. Where is our... I'm just trying to remember. Does that mean that we are the Forbidden City, or we need to check and make sure he's not talking about a different one. To the east of the Forbidden City. Where is Forbidden City not on this map? I mean, it makes sense that he's talking about where we are, Valengard, but I'm a little, he could be talking about a different one if there's some other Forbidden City. It might be on one of our feather cards. Forgotten Wilds. Okay, well, I guess we might be the Forbidden City. Isar says the funeral caterpillars sound like maggots. Yes, they do. They do sound like maggots, but they eat the putrefaction and they leave the healthy organs, so that's good. All right. So we've read that. You choose the most robust and resourceful of your comrades to accompany you on your expedition to the Foundations. This subterranean world, unearthed by the burrowers, hides the only weapon capable of defeating this scourge. According to Dadachaem's notes, there are at least 2 entrances, and each of them can be identified by a stone slab, one to the north of her citadel and the other to the east of the Forbidden City. All right, well, there's only 2. We know those 2. East of this Forbidden City, I mean, it's just like right next door. You decide not to take a wagon, which would only slow you down and could not in all likelihood be driven underground. Each pair of porters is given 2 sturdy poles to carefully carry jars of caterpillars. There is this whole thing with fragile glass, and I'm afraid it's saying that, like, we have to be careful not to break these. Before leaving the Citadel, you give your final instructions to Lehan. We'll be as quick as we can, but if we're too late with the funeral caterpillars, have the community prepared to defend against the creatures that will be born when the cocoons hatch. Maybe 2 different ways that we are going to be able to tackle these. If we somehow fail to bring back the caterpillars, we might have to battle these creatures. Okay, our goal, primary goal, find the jars. You must enter the Foundations and come out with as many jars as possible. Fun. Okay. Important. This scenario does not end at the Citadel. Returning there prematurely will count as failing the scenario. So I think thematically what it's saying is that this is sort of a 2-parter, like a TV show that's a 2-parter finale. And like this is going to end in the middle of Act 2, like at some place. Not at the Citadel. Interesting. Everything else we played, you have to come back to the Citadel, but not this one. Secondary objective, improve the Citadel's defenses. You should be prepared to defend yourself against the creatures that will hatch from the cocoons should it occur. Doesn't give us more guidance. Well, as I said before, unfortunately, that's our 1 weak area. We're sort of overbuilt on everything else, but we're pretty low on defense. That's a little nerve-wracking, but we do have upgrades. We may have to spend our upgrades just to do that. So looking at our notes, where did we write down what the slab wanted from us? Slab says my notes just say come back with book 7. That can't be right. It's got to be stronger than that. So I didn't take good enough notes about that slab, which is a shame, because now we're going to have to kind of cheat and read it, because I'm not going to... We have to use our upgrades before we head out. Does anyone remember what the... what the slab foundations... Let's take a look. We're just going to say that our map taking notes helped us. So we're going to look at card 57 that we've already looked at before just to refresh our memory. We took good cartography notes. We're going to treat that as letting us access this card. Okay. If your book is 7 or higher, read 18. So okay, so I'm not sure we ever did that. Then, if you'd rather resume your journey, return this. Otherwise, during the draw step. So we checked that out in our very first playthrough, I believe. So we never read this, but it may just be about the foundations. Okay, otherwise, during the draw step of the action down here, we can -10 for each feather card in the world map where a strange slab can be seen. So if the next scenario starts at ground shiver 9, we only have to draw 30 cards. Otherwise, we're going to have to draw 90 cards. -10 for slab. All right, well, we know we've got one feather card. The one we start out with has the slab on it. So that's going to be -10. We could build the feather card where the other slab is. Maybe. Otherwise, we're just going to have to pay 90 cards, which is going to eat off a chunk of our health because there aren't even 90 cards in that deck. Not even close. There are something like 27 in that deck with 8 health. So to get 90 cards worth, we'd have to lose 24 health. Unless we're given a ground shiver of 9, in which case it's much more feasible. Well, it's kind of crazy how expensive it is, unless we're given a ground shiver of 9, which maybe we are going to be given. Let's do this before we get in there. Now, the wizard said there's this slab up north that she couldn't get into. Let's just take a look at that card. We've seen this card before, so we're just refreshing our memory. Let's see if that one's any different. Oh, it is. It is different. Look at that. It's a 70. Huh. Significantly cheaper. 65 and a 78 card. You start on a 78, you start on a 58. Okay, so this is a really interesting choice we have to make. We could head up to the north stone slab. We can get into it. We can go underground cheaper. But we know from the book that the wizard couldn't get down into it. So I wonder if we should be trying to get down into that one. It's not that she said the caterpillars weren't there, right? She just said that she couldn't get down into that one. So, yeah, this says, just to refresh our memory, she says, after unsuccessful attempts to get into the north entrance, they went to the east. Doesn't say where the caterpillars are closer to, though. So that's an interesting question, which way we should go. It's definitely a bigger, longer trek up to the north one for us, a scarier trek. But it's not that impossible to get there. And it's cheaper, but I don't know. And we haven't even read that feather card yet. North is right. The blue giants do live right there. And they are very dangerous. The blue giants. The blue giants we encountered are absolutely here. So that's a very dangerous area to explore. There's also a bunch of, before we start our quest, I know this is a long prelude to starting our quest, but before we start our quest, we also have a couple other things. As I mentioned, there's some side quests in Kel that we have pending, and we have a bunch of stuff that we discovered on our last playthrough, all up here, that when we started to have to get home. So there's a whole bunch of stuff we never had a chance to explore. We did talk to them. We didn't go here. But there's a bunch of stuff in the grounds here that we never actually investigated. So we have stuff to do, but this task seems kind of important. Let's see what the chat says. Double check. Did you notice the north slab only required ground shiver 7, not 9? You probably did notice. I certainly did not notice. I certainly did not notice. You're saying that not only was the 70 cheaper here, but actually you're saying that we don't even have that. We've got a 30. Ground shiver 7. So this is a lot cheaper for us to get in this way. Well, that's huge. That's a huge savings. 90 for this one, assuming our ground shiver level isn't bumped to 9. If our ground shiver level is bumped to 9 for this mission, then this is just as good, the one near us. But if our ground shiver level is 7, this is a 30 versus a 90. I think that would be reason enough to head in that way, even with the blue giants. All right. So I can answer that question right away by looking at the preparation. It's 7. So it's not being bumped to 9. So I think we may be heading up north with the blue giants. All right, that was a good catch, Jonathan. Okay, let me put these back for us to encounter when we do. Now we have to spend our upgrade. So we don't need our defense much higher, technically, to get into these slabs. We don't need our community defense any higher. But we are told here that we want to get our defense of our community higher for this scenario. Have the community prepared to defend against the creatures. So I think that suggests that, remember that each of these will go up 1 at the beginning, so that will bring defense up to 16 and max out the rest. And remember that we built the guild hall. Where is our guild hall? So we built the guild, which says whenever we build a community upgrade, we get +2. So it seems to me that we need to increase our defense, and probably we should spend, if we spend 1 upgrade, let's just see. If we spend 1 upgrade on our defense, which would increase it by 2, and then it goes up by 2 because of our guild hall, that's +4, +1 by itself. So if we go up 5 defense, where does that leave us? At 20. If we did it twice, we would go, we would max out defense. But it said we only needed to do that if we don't kill the caterpillar, if we don't get the caterpillars, and I feel like we are going to get the caterpillars. So do we waste 2 of our upgrades on community in order to guarantee our success is maxed? Can we even do that? Are we adjacent to enough to 2 of them? Let's see. We've got 7 upgrades, so we can walk ourselves to 7. I don't see any community upgrades that we're actually adjacent to right away, but we could get to one. So 1, 2 could get us to that one. 1, 2 could get us to that one. We were thinking we might try to get one more number before this game is over. And I did want to get more feather cards. Let me just go quickly to the, let me get my map with our feather. All right, let's see. This is upside down. So we haven't gotten any feather cards yet. We haven't spent them on our upgrades. Remember, they have to be adjacent. So we could today get a feather card here and reveal it. Not so important. There's where we think we're going to head. No, that's us. Here's where we are. So actually, we're not allowed to build a feather card up north where that northern citadel was. I was thinking if we had a chance to build here, since that's where we want to head, we would. But you can only build feather cards where there are these arrows. So actually, our whole mission today is up here. So it doesn't seem like there's much benefit from feather card for today's scenario. Although having one in Kel, we tried to get one in Kel before, and it was a fake out. But there is another card in there that might be a proper map that would let us get to Kel more easily. We do have side quests in Kel. All right, so feather card is not our primary interest for this scenario. Let me see what Jonathan says. John says, maybe in general head towards 307, but split a little between community on the way to 307 and the one to the north. Giving up on feather cards. I think it might be too late for them. You might be right. Okay, head towards 307, Jonathan says. So head towards this one. Boy, that would take us a lot to get to community, though. But Jonathan's saying split a little bit north. So if we wanted to, we could do, let's see, we could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and hit 2 communities. Do we want to max out our defense? Or do we think we don't need to fully max it out, that 20 is high enough? If we wanted to, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But we don't really want more buildings. That's another, I don't think we want have more buildings, so having some more card upgrades might be kind of fun. I wouldn't mind one more feather at Kel, assuming that's not a trick. So what about this? But Jonathan's saying we should work our way towards a number. It does seem like 307 might be our best bet for a number. But boy, these buildings at the end are not very attractive. Reflex cards. We didn't really like the reflex cards. I think Jonathan might be right, though. If we're headed towards a number, this might be the one. One of the reasons we're interested in a number, I don't think the numbers, it's a little late for the numbers to have lasting benefits, but there is some advantage for future campaigns to knowing what these numbers are, to knowing if they're worth heading towards for the next game. But I think Jonathan might have a point. This is not a terrible path here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We get rid of some cards from our hand. We get some new cards. We build 1 feather, and we upgrade this. Then the only question is, that's 4. We could go 5, 6, 7. Then we'd have the benefit of this building this round and the number this round, but our defense would only be 20. That's not a terrible idea. I don't know if we really need to max it out at 25 this session, especially since it's so inefficient. I guess that's the case I would make, Jonathan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then leave our community defense at like 20, which is still very high. Maybe we're going to get some on our own community defense anyway, and going out of our way to max this out at 25 seems overkill, especially since we're not even going to be... Our plan is not to lose those cocoons. All right, sounds like Jonathan's on board. All right, so we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We don't even need 7. Oh, no, that's not on the way. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is our upgrades. All right, well, let's do them in turn. First, we get to get action card. This is going to take us a little bit, so settle in. We need to get our upgrades, so we're going to go into our skill deck here. There should be some that we've gotten rid of. What am I? No, that's the wrong deck for our character skills. Let's put this on the side for a second. Put these ladies aside. Okay, so here are our action cards. There should be some rule for cards you threw out. So we got rid of these 2 cards in a previous thing, and I think maybe we made a mistake in getting rid of these. These 2 generic cards are pretty strong. This one we frequently have to overspend. On the other hand, they didn't have much successes on them. That was a little concerning. So we got rid of these. I should probably... Well, let's just put them aside. I'm okay with not shuffling these in unless we specifically want them, but maybe we're more interested in new stuff anyway. All right, so we have an upgrade that lets us take 8 of these now. So we're going to look at 8 and choose 2. On other news, the One Stop Co-op Shop channel, one of the other few cooperative focused channels, a very good channel that's been operating for quite a while, and a channel that has very high ethical standards. They even, when they get a review copy, it frequently goes into the title of the video that it's a review copy. Something kind of shocking. Seems overkill to me, even someone like me who's very big on the ethics of all this stuff. So he just posted, I think, is it Mike? Is Mike the main guy who does One Stop Co-op Shop? He's the guy who's has the he still wears the microphone and earpiece combination. He just posted a video of his top adventure games in different categories, including top exploration games and dungeon battling type games. And I recommend that video. You should check it out. in his list of top exploration games, Seventh Citadel came down as number 1. Seventh Continent is on that in that video, but it's not in the exploration list. I forget what list it's in. But Seventh Citadel is his number 1 exploration game. On that list also is Sleeping Gods, which you see behind me. And I know Tainted Grail was on it, which is sort of on the periphery of my radar. Now I might take another look at it. And what else is on that list? Sleeping Gods, Seventh Citadel, Tainted Grail, 2 others. I believe one of the others is ISS Vanguard, which I also have, and I am tempted to try playing on this channel. It's got some interesting parts. And one more game that I'm blanking on. Someone will tell me during one of the breaks. Okay. Let us draw our... Normally we would draw 4, but we get to draw 8 because of the building upgrade we've built. All right, let's see what we've got here. Why is it? What's got it confused? Okay. What have we got? You've got a ready for anything. Choose up to 3 cards in your discard pile or action deck and add them to your hand, and then block this. So I think we already have one of these in our hand. That's a very good card because it allows you to get exactly what you need. And that one lets you even go straight through both decks. It's pretty great card. You can save it for an emergency. And I'm sure we have something like that. I mean, I know we have something like that that blocks. I just don't know if it's exactly the same. Well, no, we have inspiration in our hand already. Very similar. 2 cards, add to your hand. This is 3 cards. And this one only takes from the discard pile. So the only downside of this one really is that it doesn't have much success on it. It's got a split star. Still, that's pretty great. All right, agility gets us shroud symbols. You can't do it if you're armored up or cumbersome. Not great, because we got a lot of these in our hand, but it's kind of an emergency. I do like that it's generically usable. So far, I like this one, though. All right, this one is pretty great because we've got 2 people along with us, including this character that we love, who can turn 2 flags into a star. No, sorry, I was reading this wrong. This doesn't give you flags. You have a companion. You can turn 3 flags into +2 cards to draw. 2 cards to use. That's kind of weird. Because if you've got a companion, you need the stars for this. So do you really want to be using them for this? I don't know. That seems hard to make this work. I'm going to put this down here with this as my least desirable. Unless I'm misunderstanding that. I don't think I am. All right, let's see. Super strength. 2 symbols of success. When you do a strength or a climb, you can turn the arcane symbols into successes up to 8 times. And keep a card. Block this or -2. These block or are very useful because you could just basically keep these in your hand. But it's not that often that we have strength tests. Vigor. Vigor on fighting, digging, running, or maritime. Most of these we don't encounter. Very rare, but fighting is very common. -2 cards. Or -3 if it's the only card in your hand. The only card in your hand is very less likely to happen with a solo game where you've got a hand size of 4. If you're playing 4 people, you got 2 cards in your hand. This is going to happen much more often than it's the only card you have in your hand. However, this -2 for fighting, which is the common thing, is not very useful. It's very rare that you are forced to draw more cards than you want to for fighting. For these other things, it's quite common that it's like draw 6 cards and you don't want to. 6 cards to get 1 success. But these are rare. This is common, but you almost never want to do this. So I would say Vigor is in the category, again, of not very appealing to me. So far, Ready for anything is much more appealing. Superior Strength also doesn't look so appealing. Now, this is more interesting to me about generating a flag. This makes you discard a card instead of this one, but you can generate a flag when needed. Because we're frequently using this woman who operates on flags, that's pretty good. Makes you throw away a card, though. Don't love that. What about this? When fighting or a spell, you can generate an arcane magic. The arcane magic is the thing that superpowers our weapons. Now, we happen to have 2 arcane magics. So right now we're not hurting for them. Arcane energy, so that's what that is. But they go away. But this, working with our magical weapon, seems like a very powerful thing. I mean, look at this weapon we have. Look at what it can do with an arcane magic. So this can power this, which is huge. And then we can hold on to it? That seems incredibly powerful. So right now, these are here. These are my top 3. Okay, Jonathan says, I was suggesting Vigor because we're going into an underground dungeon in case part of it is collapsed. That's a good point. That's a good point. All right, let's look at this last one here, Sleight of Hand. And it says, let's zoom in here so we can see it. When you must return a card with the keyword barter, you may reveal the top 3 cards of your action deck. If 2 or more Arcane or Shroud, which we have the most of in our deck, both of these, can be seen, discard this instead of returning a card with the keyword barter, then shuffle the revealed cards back into your action deck. So every time we would barter with someone, we've got a chance of not having to lose our barter because we're tricking them with our sleight of hand. I don't love this one. It feels like we're just carrying it around. I don't love it. It's down at the bottom. I think Jonathan has a point about digging, but like for me, okay, so let's just start out here. This card seems amazing for fighting. And I'm afraid we're going to have to be doing a lot of fighting. So that just seems very strong for fighting. It would mean we could be much more cavalier about using that magical weapon to do huge amounts of damage. So I'd be inclined to take channel. And then I don't think this is worth it for 2 cards. However, I do think we should point out, and this is something that would be easy to miss, this does not discard. Neither of these discard. In other words, after you use this, you don't have to get rid of it. I'm not sure we've been paying attention to that too much, because most of the time, I guess most of the time it does say discard or block. So very few cards don't tell you to get rid of it. But this one doesn't. So in fact, you could carry this around, and every time you use it, you keep it. It still does not seem... Keeping a card in hand is very costly. I just don't think it's worth it for 2 cards. I think we're going to want other cards in our hand. So I guess I'm inclined to take Ready for Anything to give us more flexibility to get the cards we need. Or possibly Motivation. I think these cards are not nearly... Drawing 2 less cards with a solo player when we've got plenty of health, I just don't think it's worth it. If it just saves us 2 cards. But I think this is the better card for us. But this one is appealing also. It's got better success on it. And it does get us 1 flag. If this said 2 flags, I would take it, because they power up with 2 flags. But I think for 1 flag, it's harder to... This seems like the better card. The card that lets us fetch. We can basically get any hand we need. Of course, you can't do it in the middle of a fight. A forced fight is too late. But it does let us prepare for stuff. So I guess I would argue for this one. But if the audience has a different view, I'm willing to change my mind. In fact, if you guys really want the digging, if you think thematically it would be more enjoyable to take this card and just walk around with it every time we want to dig. I just don't... It's true, the caterpillars may be buried, but really to save 2 cards, how many cards is that really going to save us? With this, we could go get a digging card out of our hand. Right? The digging is not forced, so we could prepare for it. Doesn't look like we actually have a digging card. Okay, let's see. Chat says you can get a flag on your armor. You're saying our armor has a flag generating thing? Does it? Where is our armor? So Cody is saying that we do have this armor that can generate a flag when we fight. Only when we fight, though. Only when we fight, and we don't need flags when we fight. Neither of these people use flags when they fight, unfortunately. So all right. We can keep 2 cards. Yes, we're choosing to keep Channel, which is an amazing fighting card because it generates arcane, and we happen to have a weapon that uses arcane. So we're keeping this. And I think we should keep Ready for Anything. So that's it. That's going to be the decision. Since no one has chimed in insisting on something else, that's what I'm going with. All right, so here's the 2 cards we've chosen to keep for our upgrade. We need to sleeve those. They'll go into our, shuffled into our action deck. Okay. These can go back away. All right, next upgrade. What was it? Next upgrade was a feather card. Here we went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So feather card. All right, so we said that there's only 2 places for us to feather. 3 places for us to feather. So we can put a feather card here, here, or here. We can't put a feather card here, which is where we're headed. But we can try Kel again. Now, I'll remind you, we took a feather card for Kel last time. Jonathan insisted on it, and it was a whiff. It was like a card that wasn't a map. It just went away. But there is another 74. It got banished after it came out. Do we still, is it here? Let me just see if the 74 got banished here, or if it went into the past. It went in, it was a feather card, so it should be gold, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we got a 74. We chose a 74 feather card, but it wasn't. Yeah, and during the preparation phase, turn this over and then do it as if it was a feather card. But when we turned it over, it wasn't a feather card. It was this. Hey, you know what? You know what? Now that I look at this, this is very odd that it doesn't say what to do. That doesn't say anything. So we turned this over as if it was a feather card. We followed the rules. Flip this. Read the dialogue on the upper top left. This is the way feather cards all work. Right? You can see this is the way these feather card upgrades work. This is our normal one. Says the same basic thing. If you're at the Citadel, you can flip it. So we flipped it. We did the same here. And we said, oh, it's not a full feather card. It's just a read. But look, this symbol is what you use when you get a temporary event, like here. Right? When you're exploring, this is what's on the exploration cards. And the rules for exploration card is then you take the real number. So I think now we were actually supposed to flip it read this, do this, and then also go grab the real 74. I don't know why. They had to know exactly what this card was. I don't know why they don't tell you to go get the other 74, if so. But now that I look at this symbol, I'm thinking we should have immediately taken this card. How do you read that? I think now that we don't have to do this twice. I think this 74 should have come out automatically. That's a very strange... Let's see. Temporary event card. That's the symbol. Temporary event card says... One involved character immediately resolve this event, then discard this card into the past, unless it says banish it. It doesn't say anything more. That's not useful. So really, it's not clear about that. But normally you would then bring out... Normally you would then bring out the other card when you were exploring, but I think we were supposed to do this right away. So I think... Well, either way, we built a feather, so we are going to get to explore this. But so here's Kel. There's the city of Kel. There's the boat, Raptorwood. There's a little symbol at the back. Cody says, the ones that replace themselves have another symbol. I don't know what that means. Oh, you're right. Cody's right. There's that symbol when they replace themselves. Okay. That's a good call, Cody. This doesn't mean replace. This means replace. Okay, so it sounds like Cody is saying that this didn't automatically bring out this. This just tells us it's temporary. You get this benefit instead of this. So we did have to explore 74 again. All right, that's a little confusing, but I think Cody's absolutely right. It was only the flip symbol that means that. The other one just means temporary. Okay, so this was the upgrade we just purchased. Not very useful to us. Does have this interesting symbol on it, though. How we use that, I don't know. All right. But that's what we just paid for our upgrade. So that was upgrade number 2. The feather card. The only reason I just flipped it now, normally we would put it face down and flip it at the beginning of the preparation stage, but we're doing the prep. We're doing both things right next to each other because we're moving on to the next mission. Okay. 3 is the getting rid of cards. So return 2 cards. One player returns 2 cards. Okay, so now we have to look through our deck and decide what cards we want to get. Cody says, I try to get more stone slabs on feather cards. Well, we only know of 2 stone slabs, and we can't get a stone slab. We can't get a feather card on that stone slab to the north. We're not allowed to go there. Cody and I got about 8 of them over that campaign and found them helpful, interesting. Cody says, don't forget, that way I keep forgetting, is to read the dialogue. Thank you. So I keep forgetting to do this. After you open up one of these, you also read this dialogue, which is helpful. Okay, so let's read that before we start getting rid of cards. I'll just keep this up here. Thanks God for this channel helping me avoid forgetting things. All right, let's read what this says. We headed south. On the way, we passed Citadel, a link returning from Fort Cutthroat. From the heights of Raptorwood, you can see Kell on a clear day. The city's perched on a small promontory, now surrounded by the sea. It's lost most of its area, but judging from the smoke that escapes from its chimneys, it seems to be still active. We set off again with the intention of going down to Fort Cutthroat, but Narder had scratched himself on the quills of a bristler and was in no condition to continue. We decided to hurry back to the Citadel. You thank Kyrian for his report and check on Narder. Baal has treated him. He should recover quickly. This is your first time +1 knowledge, which is already maxed out for us. So, boy, that was not very useful at Kell. That's a lot of effort we went into to getting the feather cards for Kell, and they don't seem very useful. All right. So, 2 cards we get to get rid of. So let's look through our cards and find the 2 that we like least. All right. This is our Runaway. We like that one. We've used it before. Have we ever used Acrobatics? Not much. Put that in the maybe pile. Reflex cards. Boy, we don't like those reflex. We don't like them, but they've got stars. Okay, this is a great card. Not getting rid of that. Random symbol. Pretty useful. One more card to use on a chain. That's great. This was a card we got as part of our original cards. We very rarely use this, but it looks like it could be useful. We have a lot of these symbols. Ignores brutal, so I don't know why we haven't used that much. All right, intuition, put them back in the same order. That's kind of useful. Top 5 cards, keep one of them. We don't really use this, but it does seem useful. We purchased it, so I'd be inclined to keep it. Stealth gives us 2 shrouds, and we can use one of them for a success. That's pretty good. We're good at stealth. Here was Arthan's thing, anticipation. During the consequence step, shuffle 1 hand card you have revealed back into your action deck instead of discarding it. We never use this one. Deceptive appearance. I'm not sure we've used this before, but it is an upgrade, so we must have purchased this. I should put the upgrades we purchased aside and just assume that we're not going to admit we've made a mistake. On the double, we never use this card because we've always got something cumbersome, though I don't think we do now. This lets us run back home. We really don't use that. First aid, we love that. Smooth talk. Now, we do have her. She's good at negotiation, but not general talking. We really don't use smooth talk. We took it as an upgrade. Why would we do that? Just for fun? It seemed very useful. Healer, we love that card. Accurate shot. Needs a projectile, but we do have another card that works well with this. And ignoring evasive is kind of nice. Here's our projectile. These 2 work pretty well together. Although they're a little bit redundant. Certainly, this one, which is projectile, seems more useful. Accurate shot has only half a star. I'm going to put that in our maybe pile. 2 flags. I like that. Telekinesis turns these into up to 4 stars. Pretty great. Second wind. We don't often use this. This helps you get rid of injuries or exhaustion. But we've got other ways to get rid of injuries. I'm going to put this in our maybe just because we just don't use it. All right, Mariner. We took this card so that we could go swimming. It's really so rare. It is kind of fun though. Put that in our maybe pile. We took that as an upgrade. Vigilance. I hate this card. Turns it into maximum of 1 success. I like to get rid of Arthur's Vigilance. Skillful, that's kind of fun. Ready for anything, lets us take cards. We just bought this, we're not getting rid of it. Camouflage, feels like we've used that recently, and we have a lot of shrouds, so it doesn't often come up, but spare no effort. This is more powerful than we give it credit for. I think we should keep that one. Inspiration, that's a very useful card. Arcane Shock. That's useful for us, although we have a good weapon. It seems like we might not be using that. Okay. +1. Pretty useful because happens often. Consider, that's been useful actually, because it's like the card that lets us fetch a card. There's lots of actions that don't let you keep any cards in hand, and having this sitting around in your hand means if it ever turns over, you can grab it. Watchful, that's fun. This is very useful. Fighting, ignore, brutal. I feel like, do we have another card that was similar to that in our file of considering cards to get rid of? Ignoring, brutal. -4. It's just that you almost never want a -4 on a fight, but 2 of these is pretty good. This seems like this is useful enough. Lockpicking. We just never need this, but these are good. We could fetch it if we needed to. I guess because it's Arthens likes this, I'm inclined to keep it, even though it doesn't seem that useful. Okay, very useful. So I think these are all to keep. Okay, so Vigilance I think we get rid of, although it's got a star on it. Here are my candidates for us to get rid of then. Mariner, on the principle of not getting rid of cards that we paid for, Mariner and Smooth Talk we might keep just for the fun of it. Although, boy, these do not seem very useful. Now, some of these have a 1.5 stars, which is pretty good on itself. So I might be inclined to keep that. So this is the worst of the results, except for that. 1/2 star on the left. If you have selected a card with the keyword projectile, so very rare that we have this. It's only when combined with our other projectile card that this teams up. This is very hard to make work. I don't know. What do you think? We definitely have to get rid of Vigilance. So definitely getting rid of Vigilance, but I'll let you choose what else. So Vigilance is going. So of these others, what do you think? So the things we're looking for is the ability, but also the successes and the symbols. A wildcard symbol is pretty darn useful, so I'd be inclined to keep this. This has not so great, nothing here, so second wind I might be inclined to get rid of. I might be inclined to keep the cards that are full stars. So that would mean keep this one. And keep on the double, even though it doesn't have a nice ability. So I think these 4 would be my top candidates to get rid of. And you might be able to argue that this one has the worst stars of them all. Although this doesn't have great stars either. Autumn says Mariner is so rare and specific, it gets my vote. I mean, it absolutely is a good point. It is so rare and specific, and we're going underground, so are we really going to need that? On the other hand, that wild card symbol is pretty darn useful, and we upgraded to it, so I feel I'm hesitant to let it go. But logically, I see it. It's also got fists in it, which are pretty good. I think we should keep Mariner. Oh, but only for Mariner stuff. Yeah, it's not good. But none of these are good. All right, Autumn is voting for Mariner, or if I won't get rid of Mariner, Second Wind. Any other ideas before we move along? On principle, I think, well, Mariner has never been useful, but Isara says get rid of smooth talk. I think on the principle of the thing, three cards. I think on the principle, let's see what Jonathan says. I guess I'd go with Second Wind since it doesn't produce any symbols. All right, I think we're gonna get rid of Second Wind because it's a starting card. It doesn't have any symbols. It doesn't have a full star. I'm sort of opposed to getting rid of the cards that we paid for, even though you could say we should just acknowledge our error and treat it like a sunk cost. But okay, so we're going to get rid of Second Wind and Vigilance, which were Arthur's starting cards. That's it. Our decisions were made. Let's just do it. All right. Next up is the community upgrades. Okay, so that's simple. We're going to give ourselves 2 defense. And because of our guild, we get 2 more. Done. Next up, we've got 2 builds. Now, let's see. What building do we want? We haven't done a building upgrade in a very long time. Is there anything we have built? No. All right. Well, we don't need any of these. Blessings. We agreed we weren't going to take Cemetery because it rewards coming back with high life points, and we're playing on easy mode. That seemed unfair. 249 was a potion at the beginning of the preparation phase. The potions are super useful. We might have all of them already, though. Now, Market lets us get more barter items. That's very appealing. This is something Isara wanted us to get a while ago. We frequently run into people who want barter items. We're frequently low on them. And they often are 0 weight. So this is very appealing. So you take a 149, or you can change 149s into 199s, two 149s to 199s. I think those are just better barter items. So that's appealing. However, the library is also very appealing, but we only have 2 of them, so we wouldn't fully build out a library in one shot. That would only give us 1 more turn. Again, we don't have enough for arena. Now, pen, let's look at this. Each player returns all the animals and take a 180 animal. So it feels a little mean to get rid of our hound. But what is it actually saying? We would return an animal and take a new animal. That's what it is. You return an animal and you get a new random animal. We kind of like this animal, but we could get an animal that's good at fighting, an animal that's good at carrying stuff. So if you wanted a different animal, we could get that one. But I think given that we have an animal who hasn't run away, that doesn't seem like the right thing to do. Bath just lets us unblock a companion for cheap, but we can already do it pretty cheaply. Tavern is for side quests. I was very interested in this for a very long time, but it feels like we're nearing the end of the game. It would just give us 2 new side quests, and I'm not sure we have time for a side quest. So I guess I'd lean towards market. Isara says school. Where's the school? There's a school? Oh, the school. We don't need the school. We're maxed out on books. And we don't even have 3 to spend, so school is useless to us. We're already maxed out on books. We don't need any more of these. We're all maxed out. I think market is the one that appeals to me the most. Or for the fun of it, side quest. We considered this one already built, the fortune teller's hut, so I don't think we're allowed to build amulet or bomb workshop. All right, I think it's going to be market to give us more items to barter. The only other thing I can think of is the potions, because those potions are so useful. But you know what? Well, there are potions we don't have yet. The potions give you we have some potions that are very powerful. They're very incredibly useful to us. They give us 4 symbols is what they give us. Look, this one gives 4 strength. Then we have one that gives, actually, we may have spent the one that gives, no, where's the other one? That gives 4 shrouds. I mean, the potions are incredibly useful to us. And we spent 1. They're like emergency symbols that can power things. So potion or market? What do we have by the way of barterable items? The potions can be bartered. Gambler's Boon. Remember, we got a side quest that needs that. Barter. Remember that we're heading north. We need to barter an item just to move north. But we've got some juggling balls that are barter. Don't have that much barter, though. We're going to have to give one away. We've got a sack of grain. Ocean or barter? What's it going to be? Let's have a vote. Boy, an hour and a half, we're still upgrading. All right, that's fine. What's the rush? Here are your choices. Unless you can convince me about something else being better. One player takes a 149. We would just get one little barter item. Autumn says potion. Jonathan says potion. Isara says market. If the potions are barters, we could always give a... sack of grain. We probably won't need that. All right. Can we try a new feature I added today to the voting script? Can someone write Jesse votes potion? Or Jesse votes for potion? I want to see if we have a way to let me vote by someone typing it into the chat. Okay, good. So now I have a way of getting officially in on that screen without having to type anything. All right, so 5-1 potions. So that's going to be it. Let me stop the vote, clear it. All right, so Isara, I apologize that we didn't probably, I think if we were to play it again, we might seriously consider getting that market earlier, because having a barter at the start of each mission is kind of useful. But we decided to get the apothecary with 2 of our buildings, which lets us take, since it's at the beginning of a preparation stage. All right, so one of these we've seen before and used, and one is new. Okay, Arcanist Potion, that's great for us. We have seen this before. I'm not sure what the other one is, but it's going to be for another symbol. Maybe it's for flags, which would have been even better. Okay. Still all good. And then, most excitingly, we have a new number unlocked. In addition to this one we had over here. Okay, so a new number, 307. The best, most interesting thing we've saved for last. So what is this new number going to be? This is kind of exciting. Here we go. Intuitive. Your uncommon intuition helps you in countless circumstances. During the gear up step, you can look at the top card of your action deck and then put it back on top of your action deck. So this is a permanent upgrade. It never goes away. It's not a blessing. It's not temporary. And basically, every time we're in an encounter, we're going to get to peek at what the first card of our results are going to be. So before we decide what to use and how many cards we have to draw, we can see what our first card is going to be. That's pretty great. Like, you turn it over, if you look at it, it's a star, you know, okay, I can draw less cards. It's a whiff, you know, okay, I'm going to have to draw more cards than I expected. That's pretty useful. These upgrades are pretty strong, but it is something else we have to remember to use, which I don't love, having to remember all that. I still like our extra card size, hand size better. But knowing what these numbers are for future campaigns is pretty huge. All right, well, we've done all of our upgrades. So let's return, finish out our prep, and then we'll take a break and start playing. Okay. Ground Shiver is 7 again, so it's not 9. That means we're going to head up north. Life pointers go to 0 and then 90. So a high, that's the most we've had for any mission, 90. This is going to be a long scenario, probably take us 2 sessions. 2 cards from our starting hand, which is pretty large now. Okay. Take 2 cards. That's our starting hand. Now, we can unblock our companions. The apprentice unblocks for free. She unblocks for free, but I just want to see. That's because of our arcane well. But let me just see. We could choose to pay for her on our own. If we did, we can leave her at home. Which would give us an arcane energy. That's fine. I was just trying to remember if she gave us defense because we left her at home, in which case I was considering doing that. Okay, so she unblocks for free. This one is Arthan's favorite, so we're going to pay to unblock her with 2 life points. So that brings us down to 88. All right. Return all the Hope Reborn. Okay, well, we spent them and they blocked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, they go back. Look up side quests, the cards in the world map, and the effects of our built buildings. Okay, so let's do our built buildings. We have the various buildings that make everything go up by 1. That's already maxed out. That's already maxed out. I'm just keeping track for no reason. Okay, do we have anything else that triggers that I didn't write down? Plant growth, yes. But that just makes provisions go up. We already have that maxed out. That's one of our buildings. The smithy. The smithy building, which we often forget, gives us a Gladius 190 card. That's the weapon that we frequently just drop. We don't care about it, but we'll take it for now. Let's remember to check our weight. I think we might be overweight. I'll put this somewhere where it'll be a reminder. Okay, now, side quests. Now it says put a 75 card into play. If Kel's column can be seen on a feather card, you may instead put a 238 into play. So I thought Kel's column, I don't think we want to because we want to head up north from here. But I'm a little bit confused because I thought we found Kel's column here. So I'm a little confused why it doesn't say it here. Like, is Kel's column on a feather card now or not? I don't know why it's not clearer about that. So I don't know if we could trigger this or not. Maybe Cody and Autumn know. Autumn says no. The column is clearly labeled. It's on a different card. Okay, fine. That's good to know. I'm surprised by that. I thought it was on that card, but it's not. Good to know for a future playthrough, but not important for this one because either way, we don't want to start out at 238. We want to start out here at 75, our normal location. 75 is our Citadel. Stop reading now, place the bookmark here. You may save the game as long as it's here. Okay, so that's where we stop, and we know we need to find the jars and go into the underworld. Okay, so let's organize our base. That's our starting hand, experience and evasion. Where's my stuff? Oh, it's off to the side. It's okay, I'll get it during our break. Okay, so we'll take our first break here. An hour and 45 minutes. We haven't started. Okay, kind of ridiculous. All right, we'll take our break. We'll come back. I'll set everything up and we'll head out. At least we got past that. Should we end here and continue another day? It seems a little crazy that it's been an hour and 45, but that's how it goes. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I've arranged all of the cards into these 3D printed trays. I could almost need another one at this point. If you are interested in playing the 7 Citadel, you can watch my video on top 10 DIY accessories for the 7 Citadel, and these 3D printed trays designed by someone that I don't know who to give credit to, but there's a link to it in that video, are extremely useful for table space. And I guess the first thing we should do is check our weight here. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we're at 11 weight. We are going to have to drop something. The Gladius weapon is a blade. Now, we did encounter a situation where we needed a bladed weapon and we didn't have one. And the +1 is pretty useful here. On the other hand, this would also give us +1. Can't be combined and doesn't break. But this only breaks when it fails. So, then we've also got this flail with a weight of 1. We don't have to drop this until we move along, so I think maybe we should try casting that spell of levitation and see if the spell of levitation doesn't save us from having to drop weight. Let me check in with the chat and see discussion. Jonathan was saying, how much health would we lose for 80 cards? For 80 cards, you divide by 3. So you're talking about 25, 26 health, a huge amount of health we would lose. John says, I'm just a little worried if we did go up north, but then can't actually reach any caterpillars from the north. It is a little nerve-wracking that the Necro Druid said they couldn't get into the disc. But it seems from it that we can, so... John says, I guess if we head north, we could poke our head at Dadachaem Citadel and make sure there's no scenario-specific card where we find caterpillar sniffers in the ruins. Interesting. I think we have to go north, though, because it's so much cheaper to get in. It's basically like 20 versus 80. All right, so let me bring out these cards. Actually, we're not going to go here, so I'm not even going to bother bringing them. Oh, we have to go there. All right, let me bring out this card. We are going to go to east. Okay, but before we do, I think we should see if the levitation book doesn't let us carry more. Levitate, we should be able to levitate it to lift any of your belongings like a flying tray. All right, so if we wanted to do this, we need to cast a spell. We've got a woman, a helper who's good at that. Let's see. So normally we can only use 1 card. She's going to let us use 2 cards. 2 cards to get 3. 2 cards to get 3, but also we can turn arcane, 2 arcane symbols into 2 successes. So we can surely do that if we draw enough, or we just use experience to generate 2 arcane. So I wonder if it almost makes sense just to bring her, draw 1 card. I guess, and just use this. But it blocks. Be nice not to have to use that. Now, this is kind of annoying. This is, we can use our new power to peek at the top card. Yes, we can. Yes, Jonathan says. It's, there's got to be a name for this kind of rule that I tend to really try to avoid, the extra overhead. So it is the gear up. So we are going to use this. We have to remember now, we just have to pretend this is a new rule of the game. So we're gearing up. We're taking a look at the top card. Here it is. It's a half success and one of each of these symbols. Not really useful to us, but actually if we got another flag, we could use it. So I'm just going to put this on top. That's how we do this rule. All right, but it's a half success. That's not exactly what I wanted. We're going to be able to succeed at this. I'm just trying to find a way to do it more efficiently. I'd love to be able to hold on to experience. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw 3 cards. We're using our apprentice, Arcanist. She's going to let us use an extra card. I'm going to draw 3. If we get very lucky, we can use 2 of them to solve it without using this. Otherwise, we're just going to activate this to trigger this. How badly do we want to keep this? I'm going to draw 4 cards just to see if I can't avoid using that. So 3 more. Well, that's going to be enough to do it without using it. That's nice. Okay. So we weren't able to use 2 cards to get 2 successes, which is, sorry, 2 cards to get 3 successes, which is what we need. So we're going to use the star on this for 1 success. Oh, maybe we are going to need to use it anyway. 3 successes, huh? All right, that's okay. Oh, it's this that we're going to be able to do. Yes, okay, so there. So there's our 2 arcane symbols. So with that, we can use this to generate 2 extra successes. So that's a total of 3 successes. 1 plus this is 3. So actually, we did that well. We don't have to use this. All right. So, and we do get to keep 1. Let's see, what came from our hand? Nothing. All right, so of these 4, we can keep 2 because of our power. Mariner lockpicking. Let's take the lockpicking. No, we know how to get in there. All right, let's take intuition and let's take... We don't care about this. I guess we'll take this. All right, so we've succeeded. That was nicely done. And a 473, and she did well by us again. 473. Let's see what this card does. I'm very curious. And then this just goes back into our library. All right, let's see what we got. Macarius's book. The maximum weight you may carry is increased by 2. That's amazing. It's legendary. It's got the legendary keyword. And you can't get rid of it even if you want to. That's weird. And however, if you're in an emergency, you could use it to generate 2 arcane symbols. But it's hard to imagine giving up the ability to have 2 extra weight. I mean, that's just huge. So we're underweight now. We're at 11. And we're allowed to be. That's pretty amazing. Okay. So we still keep this treatise, but we now also have this book. Don't think we really need this in our hand anymore. So I'm just going to put this in here. All right, well, that's pretty amazing. That's from an expansion that these double-sided books come from. Pretty amazing. You know, we were saying how it's crazy. We haven't even started yet. We're basically been streaming for 2 hours. Why would we do that? And I always have to remember that there are a very small number of people who are willing to play these games with me live, which is very fun, and who might watch them after the fact. But it could still be useful for someone to say, I kind of play like this person on this stream. I'm not going to watch it, but let me just jump around to see if how long it would take me to play or how much fun I would be having. So someone might jump around, skim these videos and say, oh, okay, I like the idea of 2-hour prep phase. So, okay, here we are. Let's go and start our scenario here. Remember where we're trying to go is we are starting out at our Citadel here. And we are trying to get ourselves, it's pretty far up actually. We're trying to get ourselves here. That's why Jonathan was saying, hey, are you sure you're going to be able to get up there and save cards? Because it takes a while to get up there. And there's scary blue giants. You could end up spending cards, but we're not going to spend 80 cards. Jonathan says, it does make sense to think about doing the long prep for this session, because this does seem like it's the 2-part finale for the whole thing. I think that's true. It does make it a little more feasible. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, it's free for us because of the ground shiver. A man is leaning against a rock, snoring loudly, a book open on his round belly. What carelessness. Books are so rare. If you'd rather go on your way, banish this. If you give in to the temptation of stealing the book, we could try to steal it. Seems quite likely we'll succeed. We snatch the book, stealthily disappear. You're already a good ways away when the snoring stops and a stream of swear words begins. Take a 50 card. This is a weird thing, because if there was any risk of getting a bad reputation, if we took it and succeeded, then I don't think we would. But if we fail, we're going to get to be a bad reputation, and I think 130, that must be that. But this is just a pure book if we succeed. So as long as we can succeed, but we have to do it now. We can't prep for it. We don't have anyone that's good at stealing. So we couldn't really... What's this, though? We actually have a cape. Doesn't help us, just generates that symbol, which is not useful for us. We've got so much stuff here, it's kind of hard to remember all of it. What about this? The net. No, that's a trap. Well, I mean, if we drew enough cards, we could probably succeed on this and stealing the book, but maybe we should think about this thematically. The books are nice, but are we really going to steal it from this guy? Leave him be, Jonathan says. All right. And I know Asara would leave him be. All right, we're just going to go on our way. We've got a mission. All right, 94. Leave him on our way. Leave him be. Leave him be. Don't start out a quest with bad karma. Okay, here's our 94. We've seen this time. Since we've seen this so many times, I'm not going to keep reading it. But there is our disc. We're going right into the underworld. Oh, no, we're not. We decided to head up north. Boy, the disc is right there, though. Tempting to go in it, but it would cost us a huge amount. For those who didn't watch our... I'm going to walk over there for one card. We get to keep this. We've got room, so I'm just going to take it. Okay, so if you haven't watched our preview where we read these cards, I'll just very quickly look at it just to make sure we're not missing something. A number or something. So our book is 7 or higher. It is, actually. So I guess we could read this now. Our other slab says the same thing, so we might as well read this now. Maybe it gives us a way to avoid paying for it. It's rumored that the collapsing lands contain an underground world, which some call the Foundations. Burrowers stumbled across it during the War of the Worms, and the place is said to be infested with terrible monsters that guard fantastic treasures. But so does any decent rumor. We did actually read this at some point. Okay, the point, though, is that card 57 tells us the cost. We are not Ground Shiver level 9, so we have to do this. 90 cards. That's just insane. But minus 10 because we've got one strange slab on our map. So we'd have to pay 80 cards. We're not doing this. But, did we obey this before? Yes. Okay, so, wait a second. It's got this symbol on it. So if we put this away, is there another 57 card? No. That's weird. All right, so this goes away, but you can't do it again. I'm a little confused by that. Why isn't this... It doesn't attach. Feels like this should go back in the box, not get thrown into the past. It's a little confusing to me, but it doesn't matter. All right, so we are heading up north according to our route. Let's just continue. Total chaos reigns in the corridor. The what? Oh, sorry, that was the wrong thing. A 1 card is what we wanted. Okay. You spot a promontory which should offer an excellent view of the surrounding area. If you'd rather go on your way, discard this. So if we look, we could keep 2 cards. And we could move. We don't need this. Let's just discard it. Okay, 86. So I've drawn a... Oh, yes. Okay, there's the bridge there. Fine. All right. All right, we're going to move up there, draw a card. We can discard it, but we'd rather have this one than something. I should have done this one already. We're not going to be doing any acting. Hey, look, we did have something that would allow us to take that book, unless I've just drawn it recently. Okay, I'm going to throw away lockpicking. I'm just assuming that we're not going to need it for a while. All right. So here we are. It's this we want to look at, 141. 2 cards we got to spend for that. $141 is our bridge. You'll have to pay the toll. We've been here before. We have to return 1 card with barter since our influence is 8 or higher. All right, so what barter item are we going to give to this guy? I would like it if they remembered that we did them a favor. All right, so we have a sack of grain we could give them. Or the juggling balls or barter. Food he doesn't want. Gambler's boon we don't want to give up. Okay, so I guess that's it. We could give him the hat. Oh, cost us a lot to get that hat. I don't see how we're doing that. Or we could give him a potion. So it's going to be one of these things. This is useful. This is useful. This is not. So the juggling ball gets rid of confused. But I think we have another way to get rid of confused, don't we? John says, I thought we decided earlier the juggling balls were not as useful as we thought. Yeah, it's because someone else gets rid of confused. But I don't see it on... Is it that we have a book that lets us get rid of confused? We had some other way to get... Oh, the confused card itself. That's what it is. The confused card itself lets you get rid of it. And the companion is good at working with that. So we don't need the juggling balls. So I think what we'll do is we'll give them the juggling balls. That's what it is. The confused card itself. Okay, so we're getting rid of the 149. Return it or discard it? Return it. Return cards. Okay, so we're getting rid of the 149. We're keeping the sack of grain in case we find an animal that wants it. And we're keeping our carrot. All right, and then we get to the other side of this bridge. The bridge goes out, and then we're jump to the other side of it, which is nice. And on the other side is the turtle. Remember, the turtle's got people living in there that we helped out? And they gave us some nice treasures. We could visit them again, see what they're up to. Maybe they want to barter with us some more. Okay. And that puts us over there. Let me move these down. All right. Sorry, you don't see that. All right, let's see now. Isara says I like the turtles, and Isara was asking about the intuition. So it's intuition is a slightly different card, but we have this card called intuitive. Let's see if I can go here. It's a green card, so it has a little bit of trouble here, but basically, every time we do an action, which lets us gear up is where you choose what items you're going to use, we get to peek at the top card. So we know a little bit ahead of time what kinds of results we're going to get. All right, so here we are with the turtle. And we've already been inside that turtle and talked to those creatures. We don't have time to mess around with them. Have we done both of these things? Yes, okay. This is to get over the bridge. This is how you get over the bridge, and this is how you talk to the turtle people. I mean, we could check in with them again. I think their card... there's still a card for them in there. I wonder if things are different for them. Do they need more help? Looks like we already helped them. What would they need more help for? All right, let's do it. I'm going to spend a card just to see if these people have anything new. They actually, what's interesting is there actually are other cards in there for different scenarios, but it's not for us. It's not special. Okay, so you wonder if it's a good idea to bother them. There are the creatures. No numbers there, huh? I mean, we talked to them. Is it just going to be... It feels like weird that we would do this again. But okay, let's see what we got. Since we don't really remember. We remember this interaction, but we don't remember why we could be able to do it again. All right, so 407 is the long discussion we had with them. And we can leave if we want. We've already helped them. It doesn't feel like we really need to help them again. 15 cards. But we would get a whole bunch of extra stuff if we do. Let's keep with our thematic thing. We're just going to say hello, visit them again. We know them. We're saying hello, but we're not going to... They don't need our help. We already helped them once. Okay, let's just go along, move along our way. So there's our path we're going. Getting a little bit more dangerous. What have we got here? No sooner have you set foot on the ground than you sink down to your knees. You pull your feet out with some difficulty, but before venturing any further, perhaps you should make sure the ground is firm. Oh boy. So, what the heck? 0-4, that's very costly. All right, so we can look around 0-4, but if we have a pole, it's a lot easier. We do have an iron bar, but it doesn't count as a pole, and a flail. So we don't have a pole, unfortunately. So that's just going to be expensive for us. If we succeed, then probably we're not going to get a 150. That's a bit of a blessing. Blessing 150s? Is the 150 a blessing? Yes, it is. Okay. All right. If we fail, though, we're going to get exhausted. And we'll have to try it again, which we don't want. But we don't have a pole. We don't have a pole. All right, we just have to draw enough successes to enough cards to get a success. What are we doing? The look action? We don't have any, but it's not forced. Okay, let's use our intuition first, since there's no reason not to. It's not forced. This lets us take a look at the top 3 cards to see how many successes are on it. That's our intuition card. So, well, this is a pretty good set of results here. So this is pretty great. So our intuition card really came in handy now, because now we know from 3 cards, we can actually get 4 successes. Very unusual. Top 3 cards, put them back in the same order. Well, the order doesn't matter for us, because now we know we can actually achieve this by drawing only 3 cards. Otherwise, we were going to end up drawing 6 or 7 cards just to make sure we got a success. Okay, so now we can do this action, but only draw 3. We know what those 3 are. 4 successes. Very, very good use of the intuition card. If we wanted to try to get a 150, we could draw some more, but I don't think it's worth it. How many cards would it be worth it? No, it's not worth it. Okay, so we just discard this. Okay, and then 288 comes out. We don't often make that good use of that intuition card, so it is nice when it comes in handy. All right, here's our 288. Again, we've been here a few times before. There's no need to read the backs of these. We know where we're going. So there's some people here. I don't remember what they want from us. Does anyone remember what these people want? I'm going to spend the 1 card to go over there. I might as well keep it. So far, we've had a pretty easy route here. Well, I'm going to look over here anyway, whether we remember about that or not. Okay, let's see. So about 100 paces away, an individual waves to you. So we can talk to someone who might want to barter with us. We could use smooth talk to avoid drawing any cards and talk to this guy. He probably wants to bargain with us, right? Have we read this before? I can't remember, but let's just go ahead and do it, because why not? And we rarely have a use for smooth talk. It's just saving us 1 card, but why not, right? We just got smooth talk. We might as well use it. So I'm going to use smooth talk to make this a 0 cost thing. Banish this. Okay, so we obviously haven't done this before because it would have been banished. And 584. And Cody is remembering that these people want kite fishing. Well, I mean, we do have a net now. We don't have thread, but we have a full net. Maybe we should talk to them. Okay, but it doesn't matter. This is not dealing with that yet. Let's do this. Banish it, 584. All right, so we haven't seen this dialogue yet because we would have banished it. So this is a new person that we're meeting that we've never met before. Let's see what he has to say. A young girl is kneeling beside a man lying on his stomach. Come quickly, my father is sick. I need help. The man on the ground seems to have lost consciousness, but perhaps this is a trap. If you are suspicious and would rather continue on your way, read 533. If you approach to lend a hand, read 545. Gulp. Well, I mean, our general strategy is to trust but verify. Trust but then murder if they betray us. Unfortunately, we don't have any of our healing cards in hand. I'm inclined to try to help, right? Last mission, the last scenario we were on, a guy was screaming. His leg was caught in a rock. We tried to help him. We fell a little bit short. We didn't have a knife to amputate his leg. We just left him there screaming. So I guess we've got a little bit of guilt. And Arthur, our main character, he's a sucker for these little girls his own age. So I guess he's going to help. All right, if you would approach to lend a hand, read 545. All right, let's hope we don't make a terrible mistake here. But if we do, we can fight. Unfortunately, it's not going to let us prepared. My father and I were out hunting wild spiggies. I told him that there were roses of torment around, but he didn't want to lose the game. His head began to swim and he collapsed shortly before you arrived. So 1 and 3 for a cure action. We must do it. If we can succeed, if you built a dispensary, a herbalist shop, or a sanitarium, you invite them to the Citadel. Take a 99 card. Otherwise, take 2 49 cards, which were glimmers. If we fail, we can leave, which is going to make us feel despondent. But we could take it again. That's not a... This is interesting. We don't have a cure anymore. But what's interesting is that none of our heal cards, our medical cards, are in the discard. That means they're all in the draw deck. You can take a card, fail it, keep it in hand, and try again. You can try it as many times as you want, each time 1 card. So we could try several times to heal her and hope to be getting our healing action card, because without a healing action card, we are not going to be able to pull this off. 1 and 3. But if we could get our card that lets us heal, that lets us perform the heal action, we might be able to pull it off. Otherwise not. I don't know if it's worth it. Might be worth it for fun, just to help her a couple times. But probably we're not going to be able to help this person without a cure. All right, well, let's try it. Well, this is interesting. It's the gear stage, so we get to look at a card. It's not going to help us, but we are already committed to this. I'm just trying to think if there's any... We don't have any items that are going to help us here. We just have a chance of drawing our card. Okay, so let's just play this out. So we looked at this and then we drew it. We decided to draw only 1 card. It's the watchful card. It's a fail. Nothing happens to us, though. We can keep this card if we want, which we might as well. Keep it. And now we could try it again. And the thing is that as long as we could get... There's a bunch of cards here that would let us heal this person if we wanted to. Let's try it again. So we peek. It doesn't work. We could keep this if we wanted to. Put this away. This is where the 150 would have helped. It's been pointed out in the channel, the blessing. Yes, you're right. I'm inclined to do this a couple more times because We could get the healer. We have 2 healer cards in here. We also have a card that we have 2 cards that lets us retrieve cards of our choice. So any of those 4 cards would let us get the card we want. I'm going to try this a couple more times just for the fun of it. All right, so we tried this one, Channel. That's our fighting card. That's pretty great. So we're going to keep this card. It also lets us bulk up a little bit. Let's keep this card instead of this. We failed again. We're going to try again. All right. Well, we've got one of our healing cards. Let's see what we've got now. So we failed, but we can keep this card. In fact, we could have been doing it 2 at a time. Doesn't matter. Okay, so this is an interesting little gamey place we've done. So now we've chosen to keep this card. So first we have to decide where this is going to go. I guess I'm going to replace Deceptive Appearance with it. Okay, now let's see if we can do this again. We need 3 successes from this test. So, but we can keep 2 extras, pretty amazing, and a success. So this would mean, according to the rules of this test, that we only need to draw 2 more successes, and we can use 3 cards to get those 2 successes. So this should be pretty easy, and we don't even have to declare this used ahead of time. So we're going to plan to use this card, but we don't have to decide yet. We can use a total of 3 cards to get 2 successes. So I'm just going to draw with 3 cards. We should get 2 successes. I don't think we really need to go more overboard than this. Let's try it. Oh, actually, before we even draw, we get to look at the first one. Okay. Oh my God, it's another healer card. Great. Okay, so this is a success and a half, but that's what we care about most. So now I think we only need 2 more cards. We're going to draw a total of 3 cards. Here they are. So the interesting, oh yes, we still have to use first aid because we need this +2. We actually don't need this extra star. Okay, so with this card, we can now use a total of 3 of our results. Here they are. So we've actually got 4 stars. We did save this man's life. Pretty fun. We're using the first aid. I say we keep the healer card. We could keep another one of these cards if we wanted to, but I'm not sure there's a reason to prefer these over the ones we have. Camouflage, watchful, I don't think so. Okay, that took us a little bit of effort, but was reasonable and fun and very strategic. And it required knowing something about our deck. That was kind of fun. All right, so the man's face regains some of its color. We haven't built the dispensary, herbalist shop, or sanitarium, right? Let me just make sure. We haven't built one of those without me forgetting. Or did we build the dispensary? No, we built the apothecary. Okay, no dispensary, no herbalist, and no sanitarium. Okay, so they're not coming back with us. John says, Jesse, you kept a card, but you can't keep it if you're successful. Oh, you're right. I really wanted to keep this healer card, but Jonathan's right. I can't keep it. Thank you, Jonathan. I'm going to add a new I'm going to add a new button that lets me put just the last message up on the screen. That would be useful. Okay. So you're right. We succeeded and we needed to get rid of that card. Okay, that's unfortunate. This didn't let us keep it. No. Okay. All right, it's okay. It's in our discard. We can go fetch it if we need it. +2 influence and a hope reborn, but otherwise an influence, which we don't need, and 2 49 cards. So we got 2 hope. Well, return the dialogue book. Okay. So we got 2 glimmers, which we don't really care about. This was a lot of work for those 2 glimmers, but I think we were in it more for avoiding this bad depression that would come from letting this guy die. Still, it would have been nice to get a little story. It feels like that was quite a bit of effort just to help someone out without getting a story out of it. All right, Arthur met a new girl, though. That was this card here. We need a system for marking when we do the exploration there. Okay, so 182 is next. That was a lot of effort to help this guy who didn't give us a story. Somehow I thought we were going to get a better story out of it. Okay, well, there's the Citadel that's been destroyed. Now, I'll remind you, we've never been in there, and we've had several chances to go in there. If we do go in there, it's going to wipe the board of stuff, but on the other hand, we are going north, so we're going to wipe the board anyway, so it's not much of a penalty. The question is, do we want to get diverted to go in there? Any thoughts about that? I mean, it is kind of crazy that we have never been in there. On the other hand, it's not really our mission. Our mission is to go into the underworld. Let me walk over there anyway. Take this card. Walk over there. What are the thoughts? And also keep your eyes open for little gold coins and stuff. Okay, so there's the card. Let me see what the chat thinks. John says, I think it's worth peeking in just in case there's a scenario-specific card. There are mentions of the caterpillar sniffers. Maybe they're in the ruins. That's very interesting. Okay. Given that we don't care about wiping out the board, it does make sense to me. And that we were never in there before. Okay, so here we go. We're going into here. We've got to draw a card. We don't get to keep it. And we bring out 159. We have been this far. We have seen this 159. It's like a log. You circle the building, can't find any practical entrance. All you can do is climb the rubble. Wait, I see a number. Did we see that number before? I think we probably did. We're pretty good at the numbers. Okay, so 51 replaces this card. It's got a little thumb. Maybe it's just an easier way in. I don't remember if we saw that number before. Makes it easier to climb. Yes, we did, says Jonathan. Okay, so take a 150, which is a focused card. Okay. All right, so 3 to get 5. You've crossed the Mount of Rubble. Return all cards on the board. Put a 196. Enter the Citadel. Or a 182 if you walk out of the Citadel. I guess this is just saying you have to encounter this card on the way out. Because 182 is the card we're already on. This is 182. You can see from there. Okay, so this card here you encounter on the way out and the way in. If you fail, it's not the end of the world. You don't get injured. Okay, so, but we would want to go. Okay, we've already decided we're going in. 3 cards, 5 successes. It's a climb action. Sure would be nice to have an item that helps us climb. We just don't. We just don't have any such item. Well, then how are we going to succeed at this? 3 cards, 5 successes. We can't do that. We do have a card that lets us rifle through our hand. Discard our action deck. We could get any card we want. We need a card with climbing. Wow, I didn't realize this was so hard to do. 3, 5. That's very hard. Why is it so hard? We need a card that can climb. Do we have a climbing card? I wish we did now. We may have one climbing card, but don't remember any good climbing cards. There's none in our discard, and our draw card deck is very small. But here's our climbing. Okay, so we've got one climbing card in this whole damn set, although something like this would be useful too, I guess. And then a success would be useful. Take 3 cards in your action deck. Okay, so there's our action deck here. Let me just... These 3 cards would be useful for helping us do this. And this one could let us get all 3. It's a compound action. Cody says it's a compound action. Okay. So I made a video of top 15 overlooked rules. And in that video, I say, it might have even been my #1 overlooked rule. But it says, hey, watch out for this compound action, which doesn't look like a compound action because there's only 1 row. It's that black background that should trigger you. So it means you can do it multiple times. So you don't actually have to do it all at once. But I think it would be nice to do it in one shot instead of losing cards, although really it's not that bad. 3, 3. Okay, but I think what we should do instead is use your focus to go get this card. We could get this card, but I think we might as well hold on to that. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go get this climbing card. With the focus. We're using focus to go get skillful, which helps us climb. And we're going to put it in the spot of spare no effort, although it's a shame because we could use it right now. I don't want to use these. Maybe I'll throw away. I'm going to throw away spare no effort, keep skillful. Sorry, let me do a view that's better for you. Okay, so then we're going to do this action, but we're going to use the skillful card. And we'll probably use sound advice, which means I got to bring someone with us. Fine, bring Joria. So you can't see that. All right, so I'm bringing Jalria. We're probably going to use this to give us an extra 2. I'm going to go ahead and draw 3 cards, 4 cards. We can use 3 of them and we can use this. All right, maybe we won't even need to use this, but we'll see. And 1 we get to look at right away. Half star, not so great. I'm going to draw another card because I'd like to not have to use this. Okay. So let's look at our results. Only 3 of these can be used for stars. So we do have 2 symbols on our own to trigger that. That's 2 stars, and then we can get the other 3 from 3 cards in our hand. 1, 2, 3. So that's 3 successes on our own. We can actually get, well, we can't get too much more. 3 successes with our 3 cards. That's our limit. Plus, we've got 2 shroud symbols, which triggers this, which gives us the extra 2. That's 5 successes. That's what we need. She can go back. We've got our 5 successes done in one shot. So we succeeded. I think that worked out reasonably well. All right, so a 196 comes into play. Did I do anything wrong there? I'm sure I did something inefficient, but I don't think I did anything wrong. Okay, 196 comes into play on the map. And then this is going to stay out, but the rest of these cards go away, and we start out in the Citadel. Focused is used up. And we've got a reasonably good hand. We're going to take a break now, and I'll put this stuff away. When we come back, we're going into the Citadel. Should we be in the Citadel? Not exactly clear, but we'll find out in a few minutes. I'll see you then. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've just headed down into Dadachaem's Citadel. Jonathan insisted. Let's see what we find here. The Citadel has collapsed on itself, burying its sacred grove under tons of whitish rock. The silence that reigns is only interrupted when a stone tumbles from the top of the scree. I see it's getting confused by the green. Okay. We can look, we can listen, and we can travel. The travel to 159 is not the escape. I'm just trying to see, does this stay attached here? Or does this go away? I think maybe this go... What's happening? Why is it doing this? Is it the green that's confusing it? Okay. I guess this goes away. This is part of the cards that would return. Somehow I thought it was going to stay out for us. But probably this is climb out then. It is interesting that you can't travel from this card. No numbers. All right, well, let's start by, I guess. Now, see, I know that 110 is the trick. Those are bad cards, those 110s. Maybe they're just what you hear when you listen, but we've gotten into trouble with those. I'm going to look instead. Let's do this 162 look. I'm scared of those 110 cards. All right, so 162, there's nothing scenario specific for us. Perhaps there's something hidden under the rug. This is going to be the dig, maybe, that Jonathan wanted us to prepare for. You inspect the rubble, turning over some stones. You're about to pick up an abandoned tool when a long centipede springs up, tries to snap at your hand before disappearing into a crack. To avoid getting bitten, you can draw up to 3 cards from the top of your action deck. If one of them is a reflex skill card, the centipede misses. Otherwise, he's biting you. Take a 39 card. Then we have to try our luck to see if it's venomous. That's terrible. We have only one reflex card on our whole thing. Okay, well, there's nothing to do but do this. Damn centipede. We've eaten those centipedes before. So, okay, 3 cards, up to 3 cards. We don't have to take any. Let me see if our reflex card is in here. Did we get rid of our reflex card? Assuming we didn't get rid of our reflex card. No, there it is. So our reflex card is in the discard. There's some gamey nature that you could choose to recycle these cards into here now. And if there was like one recycle, but it doesn't make sense to do it. So I think we know we're going to fail this. Let's not draw any cards. So unfortunately, we don't get the tool and he bit us. So we take a 39 card. This might not bode so well for our adventure. Feels like we're starting out injured. Let's see, there's multiple 39s. Let's see what we got. Jonathan really required us to go in here. All right, let's see what we got for our 39. What? We got an axe? Oh, so we still got the item. It's too heavy for us. Kind of a nice weapon, though. Would have rather had a pole, though. All right, but we can carry it for now. We'll figure out the weight issue in a second. All right, so we still got the item, but it's an item we don't need, so that makes it even more worse. Okay, 13, we got to try our luck. We do have some glimmers, so if we get bad luck here, we can avoid it. We can avoid getting venomous. Okay, our 13 card was Lady Luck is on our side, so that's good. We still got bitten, but it's not venomous. Bite is painful, but not venomous. 3 cards. Okay, so we lose 3 cards. Okay. And that's good. That's that we dodged a bullet there. All right. Is this just going to be all bad stuff down here? It's just this is all there is. I think this might be all there is down here. You don't see any numbers, right? Maybe this is all there is down here. All right. Well, I guess we're going to listen. I just remember those 110 cards being all bad. So there's 3 110 cards. I just remember these being bad, but okay. Now, before we do this, do we want to do any prep? We still got our axe. Let's use that axe before we have to break it. All right, here's our 110. Let's see if my memory is right that these are all bad. You feel a sharp pain in your calf. A small spider has crawled under your clothes and bitten you. Finally, it seems there's life in the area, even if it brings no comfort. This is terrible. These poisonous creatures is what these 110s are. Okay, it says discard all the 110s without revealing them. Take a 13 to try our luck. Okay. It's either going to be itchy. Whoa, we're going to lose all the cards in our hand. That's terrible. In the best of circumstances. Or we could be venomous. This is terrible. These are great cards. I do not want to discard them. Jonathan, why did you send us down here? I don't even know what I want here. You're jinxed. So we're jinxed. We could keep this jinxed. I guess if Lady Luck... Alright, so if we keep the jinxed, we get to keep our cards, but we get poisoned. I don't know. We don't know what poisoned is like. We've never been poisoned before. What's better? Discard all the cards in our hand? Or get poisoned? We have to do a glimmer to avoid getting poisoned. I'm just too scared of poisoned. Do we have any cards that are blessings? We don't. We don't. We had a focused, but we spent it. We spent it. We don't have any blessings. We don't have any blessings. We have a nice hat. We have a hound. We have no blessings, though. The blessings are all the green cards. All right, well, I'm scared of getting poisoned. I don't want to give up my hand, but I'm more scared of getting poisoned. So I think we're going to spend a glimmer to redraw our luck. Wow, jinxed again. I'm going to spend our next glimmer to draw again. We got Lady Luck on our side. Wow, that was a lot of bad luck in this cave. A lot of bad luck. And we spent 2 glimmers to change our luck with our fortune teller's hut. It's not venomous, but we don't have a blessing to throw out, so we have to get rid of our entire hand. Terrible. Empty-handed. This goes away. Ridiculous. And now here we are. There's nothing to do but climb out. That's it. This was our entire adventure in here. A deadly citadel. We never should have come in here. Now, when we did this, 162, are there multiple 162s? Could we do this again? There is another 162. That's when the centipede bit us. I feel like it's just more centipedes. And now we've got nothing in our hand to defend ourselves. I think we just gotta turn tail and get out of here. I don't want to stick my hand in the Citadel into the centipede again. Although I didn't like this axe, but if we could get a pole, it would be good. This is not a great card for us. I don't know. What do you want to do? Do you want to go? Is there a gold 162? No. It's just another plain 162. You'd have to be crazy, right? To reach into the centipede's lair where he lives in those rocks again. What does the channel want to do? Do you want me to reach in there again? Look in there again for more centipedes? Or should we just get out of here? There is one more 162 card. Maybe it's going to be a nice treasure. In for a penny, in for a pound of blame on my part. Let's look again, says Jonathan. All right, here we go. We looked over here, a centipede bit us. We looked over here, a spider bit us. And now Jonathan's like, look again. All right, here we go. Perhaps there's something hidden under the rubble. You clear stones in search of something valuable. Take a 13, try your luck. Then banish this card. Replace it with the 421. If you're jinxed, take a 149 and a 199, then banish this. Furthermore, it's an eroded card, but let's see what the errata says. Most of these errata are not very important. This is a 162 adventure card. So here's the replacement card. Where are my grains? Okay, let's compare old versus new. You clear stones in search. Oh, turn from a 5 to a 4. That's interesting. From a 5 to a 4. Take a 13, 149, 199. If you're jinxed, take a 199. Hold on. This seems quite different. You clear stones in search. Take a 13, try your luck. If it's on your side, you get a 149 and a 199. Here, you replace it with the 421. If you're jinxed, Take a 149. I see. And then no matter what, you replace it with a 421. That seems rather significant changes, actually. Okay, so no matter what, it's going to get replaced with a 421. It's just the difference between getting a 199 and not. Both cases you get a 149, but you might get a 199 if you're lucky. And then it's replaced with a 421, which is interesting. Okay, and you don't have to do this right away, but we've got no cards in our hand. However, we are going to get to use our sword that we just picked up. No, it's not a strength test. We do have some items that will help us with strength, though, don't we? Yeah, we have an iron bar, which lets us use more cards. That's not really helpful. We also have a flail, which could turn wild cards into stars. I don't suppose the doggy is good at strength, no. I mean, we absolutely could use one of our potions to get a success out of this. Like if we use that potion, huh? If we use that potion and our Gladius, that would give us 2 successes. Bit of overkill, though. If it fails, roll a die. Why doesn't it have a fail action? That's kind of weird, huh? Does the errata have a fail action? It's very odd for it not to say something happens when you fail. No fail action listed. Oh, I need to keep this out because we're following the errata rules. All right, so what do we want to do here? I mean, using this potion on this, or we could just fail on purpose and we won't get a 149. It's not a sword action. You can't use the Gladius. You're absolutely right. Never mind. You're absolutely right. But we can't use the axe. Okay, but where's our iron bar? Is that of any use to us? We could use this to generate 1 success. Kind of pitiful. I'm not going to use the potion for that. Well, either way, this card's getting replaced. So I guess it depends how bad we want a 149. Or sorry, a 199. This is too confusing. This is our card right here. Okay. So what if we don't succeed? It just stays out. So succeeding gets us a 421 card. I guess it matters how badly we want that 421. I mean, I'm curious what that 421 card might be. Kind of like to get it. 4 successes. All right, we can do this on our own. We don't need any craziness. We just have to draw a bunch of cards. Let me pay for, while we're thinking about it, while the channel is thinking about it, I'm going to pay to refresh our hands. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so we have to pay 11 health to get back all our energy, which brings us to 77. All right, so now, is it worth Yes, we're in for a penny, in for a pound. Logan has dropped by to say hello. Iron bar can break. No, the iron bar can't break. Okay, so we're definitely going to use the iron bar because why not? It doesn't break. These don't benefit us, but maybe we can benefit from 1 extra star that way. I don't want to use our... I don't want to use our potions to do this. I'd rather keep them, so we'll do this on our own. Okay, we do get to look at the top card, so let's go ahead and do that. We're doing this action. Here's our look at the top card. It's a 2 halves, not so great. And no symbol. All right. And we need 4 successes. So with 4 cards, we should probably be able to get it. There's no limit. We can use them all. I think if we draw 5 cards, we should be able to do it. But 5 cards is a lot of cards to not do it. So let's draw 6. With 6, we'll surely get 4 stars. Probably overkill. But we don't want to draw 5 and not get it. Okay, so here's our... Okay, so already we didn't get the symbols we need. So we're not going to be able to use this. But let's see if we can get at least 4 successes with our own cards. Okay, there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we did a little bit of overkill, not too many though. All right, we don't get to keep any of these cards, but we did dig this place up. And now we cleared the stones. We take a 13 card to try our luck. Now, if we get unlucky, we're going to have to make a decision here. All right, let's see what we've got here. So we got jinxed. We can pay 2 health to change it, which I think we should do because we're in this. We're determined to find some treasure down here. Okay, I paid to get this card with our fortune teller hat. That lets us get a glimmer. That doesn't say return this. I think we've been putting this back after we draw it. But I guess this is supposed to be into the past. It would have been nice if it said that. I think we've been not putting that back, so we've been cheating a little bit with luck. That super luck card doesn't go back. All right, well, we succeeded, and Lady Luck was on our side. So we take a 149 card. So that's going to be some item of some sort. And a 199 card, which is another item. So we found 2 items in there. We're going to see what they are in a second. Then it says, more interestingly, we banished this card. And what do we bring out? A 421 card. Very interesting. What is this card? Very curious about what this card is. Whoa. Look at that crazy card. The only problem is, well, we've got cards to help us with that, but we can't access them. Okay, that is a crazy card, though. All right, so we looked in there. We got bit by a centipede. We got bit by a spider. We used up a lot of luck, and now we've encountered this crazy chest that we could try to pick the lock of. But it's a 1 to get 3. Without help, we'd have no chance. All right, let's see what other treasure we got. We got a 149, which is a little flute of no value, but it is barterable. And we got caltrops, which are quite useful for getting out of a fight. You don't want to fight, but they're not useful for picking locks. So I'm going to put this into our supply. I do see something that works with lock picking, though. This would let us get 2 cards and the possibility of this. Okay, we now could do this if we wanted to. Using our iron bar has really come in handy. So we could make this work if we wanted to. So there's lots of good stuff that comes from this card. We would get a 414, a 299, a 46. I'm not sure we know what any of those mean. So we need 3 successes. Nothing bad happens if you fail, though. You could just try again. You can use 1 card. This would let us use 2. With 2, it's... How hard is it to get 3 successes on 2 cards? It's definitely possible. A star and a half and a star and a half, but not easy. But you could also do it by doing one of those. I'm trying to think, would it be better for us to use our potion, our fighter's potion? Boy, that's so useful, though. And gain 2 life points. Can only do it once. We'd still have to get 2 of our own. I'm just wondering, is it better to hold on to this? Because the consequences are so small and it doesn't break, I'm inclined not to use the potion and to try to get it on our own. So I think what we're going to do is we're not going to use that potion. I'd rather save that potion for something where the consequences of failing are high. So we're just going to try to pick this on our own if we do it a couple times. But now I'd like to draw enough cards that we have a reasonable chance of getting 2 wild cards. I think 5 is a pretty good number. This is the anchoring. Like you think, well, if 5 is good, why not 6? John says we get to peek at the first card. Yes. Okay, let's do it first. So we're going to definitely try this. We're definitely using the iron bar. Let's peek at our first card. Okay, well, it's half a star. Nothing of any use to us. Okay, so that's a total whiff of a card. We're drawing 5. All right, let's draw 6. Let's try to make this work. Too bad we don't get to keep any of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we know 1 is bad. We're hoping for a matching star and a half on both of these, or at least 2 stars, which will surely get 2 fists. Okay, here we go. There's 1 fist, but we still need to... Okay, so there's our 2 fists. So we're going to get 1 success from these. However, we need to be able to get 2 stars. So far, we don't have any stars, really. Okay, there's one star. So we need another full star on one of these. And there it is. Duplicate again. Okay, so we just pulled this off. So we're only allowed to use one card, but the pull RM bar lets us use another one. So there's the two cards we're going to choose to use for 2 successes. And we need one more success, which we're generating by using 2 fists here. So we did well with that one. We didn't overkill it enough. We didn't overkill it too much. We did it just right. We got the probabilities reasonably well. All right, now, how exciting is this? Or is this going to have some bad stuff in it? Okay, let's see what we've got here. This is kind of, now this has made going into the Citadel feel like it was at least worth an adventure. All right, we got a 414. A 299. I feel like the 299s are interesting items. They're sort of deluxe items. Okay, there's our 299. There is a gold 299 and a 46, huh? Okay, I'm sure we've seen a I'm not sure we've seen a 46. It feels like we've probably seen a 46. There's only one of those. As long as none of these are scorpions, I'm going to be fine. All right, here we go. 299. 414 comes first. Let's see what the 414 is. A dead stone. A strange stone tablet appears to be imbued with necro-druidic energy. How strange that is. It's a book. It has no keywords. Is there a number on it in some way? I don't think so. All right, well, I'm a little nervous about that. But maybe Jonathan's right. Maybe it will be useful on our quest. Okay, what's our 299? A stupid sword that we don't want. Really? Can we exchange this and get something better? We don't need it. And a potion of vigor. A crimson liquor exuding a heady fragrance. So we can drink it to get rid of being exhausted and have 10 life points. That's a lot of life points. That's like 30 cards worth. So that makes our trip down here all of a sudden useful. Oh, it's a cure. That's kind of exciting. All right, I take it back everything I said about going down into the Citadel. That made it all worth it. Potion of Vigor. Those potions are not to be sniffed at. The swords, I mean, we've got so many weapons. We're just dropping them on the ground. I don't know what that stone is for. Hopefully it won't come back to haunt us. It wouldn't be too surprising if it did, though. Okay, and then this went away. I'd really love to get rid of that, to take a new sword, but... All right, so we're way overweight. We're going to have to decide what we want to do here with all this weight. And then it's time to go back up, I guess. We still have no cards in our hand. All right, let's figure out what we want to do with our overweight stuff. Because even when we drop the sword... Okay, the iron bar is amazing. This is not going anywhere. These are staying with us. 4. Then we've got a whole bunch of these bladed weapons. Armor, net, sack of grain, axe. All right. Is there any difference between the gladius and the sword? Let's get these out here. So they both do +1. They both power up on fists. This maxes out at 3, but we never use this. If it fails, roll a die. If you're one, it breaks. If you're one, it breaks. Okay, so these are identical. The Gladius is clearly worse, so we just drop this. There's no point in keeping an inferior blade, but we still have too much weight. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and we can now carry 12. So we have to drop at least 1 weight. Well, this one breaks as soon as you use it. This one only breaks on fail. There's no point in keeping this. The axe is worse than the sword. So we're just going to drop the axe. That's simple. All right, so we did upgrade our weapon a little bit. And now we're at 11. So we even got 1 spare. All right, well, we had a fun adventure down in this citadel. Now I'd like to leave. Hopefully it won't be too hard to climb out. All right. Jonathan says, I might have made us take as many cards as just going down the hole right next to us. No, I think this was a fun adventure we had. And better to know what's down there than have the mysterious dark citadel haunt us in our dreams. Now we know there's really nothing here. All right, so 159. Let's try to climb out of here. I hope this won't be too costly. You circle the building, you cannot find any practical entrance. All you can do is climb the rubble. So yeah, here it is again. We have to find that number again. All right, we found it. That lets us climb out of here a little more easily. Okay. All right, so we know how this works. It's a compound action. Thanks to Cody reminding us. So we're not going to be able to get out of here in one shot anymore because we have no items. But the benefit is we actually get to keep some of these cards each time we fail. So it's not a bad idea. We can keep 3 of them, though, each time. I think, let's see, if we're going to fail once, I think maybe we just draw 3 cards. And let's draw 4 cards because we're going to get to keep 2 of them. I want to give us some good choices. 4 cards, that sounds right. Can't we just keep 2? Cancel or yes, okay. So 4 cards. Let's just do 3 cards. Get 2, no, 5, 3. Let's try to get it in 2 whacks at it. So 3 successes each time. Okay, but we get to look at 1. Okay, 1.5 successes. Doesn't really matter. Still gonna stick with this. Okay, so let's see what we got. 5 total successes. What we're headed for. We can only use 3 of these. That's the only thing that matters. Okay, so doesn't matter which 3 we use. We get 3 stars. Okay, 3 hits, which brings us down to 2. And we get to keep 2 of these. Normally only 1, but because of our ability to. Well, intuition's pretty great. That lets us go fetch the cards we want. And channel, which is our super fighting card, which is good. Okay, so we're going to keep these 2 cards. And then we're going to use intuition right now to help us be efficient here. Do we really need it? You know what? I think we'll just hold on to this. Okay, so we kept our cards. We do have to lose 3 cards from here. And now we could do this to keep us from drawing 3 cards, but I think we're just going to draw 3 cards anyway. We get to look, we're doing this action again. We get to look at the top card. It's a half a success. That's a little more troubling. So I think maybe, given that, we'll draw 4 cards. We only need 2 successes here. And we're going to get to keep 2. No, we're not going to get to keep any of these. Does that change what we want to do? I think it does. No. Okay, so here are our cards we're drawing. We need to get 2 successes to be done with this. Okay, well, there's our 2 successes. A little bit of overkill here. We don't get to keep any of these. Okay, probably we should have... Discard card right here and take the... Probably we shouldn't have drawn so many because the benefit here is not so bad. But we have succeeded. We've crossed the mound of rubble. So we just come out. Okay. All right. Would have been nice if we got to keep one of these. So this goes away. 196. The cards in the past go away. And out comes a 182, which is how we got into this trouble to begin with. Okay, and then let me just put these away. There's not many, so it'll only take a second. The 13 card comes back out. All right, so a little side diversion into the Citadel that we've been wanting to look at for a while. Back to our main quest. All right, well, we know where we want to go. We want to go this way. So there's a 5 here. Now, I've got a suggestion, though. Here's my suggestion. We know that this way lies danger, right? That path you see going up here, that path, we're here, up here, we know blue giants and scary stuff. And when you encounter a monster, you're often forced to fight it. So my suggestion is that now is the time we learn about what this does. Because we're not going to be able to do this once we're in a forced fight. So I think now is the time for us to find out if this gets us a card. It's either going to be wasted because it's going to say for the next 2 turns, don't fight or whatever. Or it's going to say, here's an invisibility that you can use when you need it. It also lets us keep a card in hand. Since we've got a low hand size, we could benefit from that. Jonathan agrees. Let's do it. Okay, so here we go. So we're doing a magic spell. We're going to use, she's going to help. She lets us keep an extra card. So we're going to be able to use 2 cards. We need to get 3 successes. But we can also use Arcane to add here. So That's going to be nice because in an emergency we could use this. So I'd rather not. Okay, so here we go. We need to get 2 cards, 3 successes we could do on our own, or flag, or 2, actually even just 1 arcane would help us. So 1, 2, 3. I'm going to draw 4 cards. I think with 4 cards, we should be able to get an arcane. I think maybe 5 cards. 5 cards should surely do it. Although 4 and a mistake is not the end of the world. 4 cards. We can use. We should be able to use 3 of them. All right, let's just draw. We can look at the top one. Okay, the top one is a wild card and a split halves. So the wild card already, because of this, is going to let us draw, use 3 cards. So now I think 3 cards. Well, still 5. Okay, I think we're going to be able to be okay. Okay, here we go. Here's our 5 cards. We need 3 successes off probably 3 cards. Well, we actually got a little bit lucky here. So we can use 2 of the wild cards to give us her, where, here. 2 of the wild cards can be used as flags that lets her give us a success. And then 2 of these can give us 2 more cards to draw. So 2, 3, so we could actually use 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. That gives us 3 successes plus 4 successes. I mean, it's a bit overkill because we got so many symbols, but it was still the right thing to do. And we get to keep 2 of these. Okay, what do we want to keep? This is pretty great. Climbing. Maybe we'll keep the climbing card until we get down into the underground in case we need to climb. All right, so we succeeded. We kept our 1+1 card. And we take a 53, which we don't. Wait a minute. Isn't a 50? Is 53 a blessing? No. Whoa, look at this. Diffraction. Others see your silhouette a few inches away from where it actually is. So it's a purse card. It is temporary, though. So we will lose it at the end of the mission or anything telling us to get rid of our temporaries. But it's just a bit of a shield, but it does let us ignore brutal. Otherwise, it's kind of boring, though. Like, it just gives us shield. All right, well, now we know. We can't count on it to save our lives. All right, not that useful. But you can conjure it up whenever you need it. It's good if you're fighting brutal monsters, I guess. But other than that, it's not so good. All right, well, time to head up into the dangerous people. What about our flowers? Do we need to be eating any flowers? Do we know how to eat those? No, we don't know how to eat those. All right. Diffraction spell. All right, that diffraction spell was not so great. The levitation spell was amazing. Diffraction wasn't so good. All right, let's see what we got here. You hear a muffled scream, soon discover a woman held against a tree trunk by twisted branches. The unfortunate woman appears to be exhausted after struggling in vain. The bones at her feet leave little doubt as to her fate. You think you can save her from this trap, provided you approach without alerting the tree. If you'd rather go on your way, banish it. So 2 cards to get 3 successes. It's a forced encounter, unfortunately, and we didn't take the card with stealth that we could have taken. And the dog isn't good at stealth. So we don't have anything to help us with, but we could get 3 successes on our own. It's not pretty, though. We'd have to draw a bunch of cards. If we do, we get a glimmer and a 62. I don't know what a 62 is. The diffraction spell doesn't help. No, it doesn't, unfortunately. It seems like it should, doesn't it? Seems like it should. Really a shame we don't have a card that, we don't have a weapon that gives us stealth. None of our friends are good at it either. Too bad. All right, but we could get it with 3 cards. We'd have to draw a whole bunch though to get lucky. Now, what if we fail? 5 cards, ignoring 1 success taken into account. So it gets even harder. Wow. Really a shame we don't have something to boost our stealth when we need it. Can't play at music, we can't. No one's good at it. Well, or banish this. So, I mean, it wouldn't be terrible to lose 5 cards, but if we'd have to draw a whole bunch of cards to try to succeed. I mean, the only way we succeed is a 1.5, 1.5 matching pick. Wait a second. What's this? This is a stealth, but it just gives us shields. That's really sucks. Well, what do you think? I mean, to have a reasonable chance at this, of doing it with only 2 cards, we'd have to draw maybe 5 or 6 cards. Just to get a 62. We don't know what a 62 is. John says, seems like we have to move on. Yeah, I'm afraid we have to move on. We can't save everyone. We can't save everyone. We saved that, we can't save everyone. We saved that people dying with the unconscious guy. We're just not in a position to save this person. I'm sorry. Jonathan said it, though. We got to move on. We can't save everyone, especially not on the way to our adventure. We're on the way back. Maybe we would know whether we had some time to spare, but we can't do it. All right. We're headed into the blue giant territory soon. It's a good thing Isara's asleep, because Isara does not like it when we don't save the people. All right, here we are. I'm going to spend 1 to walk over to there. We get to keep this card. It's our run away from a fight card. That's kind of useful for us. All right, now, have we looked at this yet? Surely we have. Let me bring out the other card. So we are very close to the disk. The disk is over here. Have we looked at this already, Jonathan? I guess I'm going to look at it again, unless we can remember what it is. 415. In case it's where... Oh, there is no 415. It's already gone. Whatever it was is gone. So there's nothing to find in here. And off we go, up into here where the blue people are. Oh, it's an unveiler. Very interesting. $402 has got a golden card. That's all there is. Nothing but a vast expanse of desert in this direction, dominated to the east by a high mountain range, at the foot of which a strange stone slab looms above the sand. So there's the slab with lots of blue paint. If we could get our hands on that blue paint, we'd be safe from the giants. All right, let's put this out. Just remember, we're in dangerous territory now. So there's a 7 over here. But we're probably not going to be going to it, because we're hoping to get underground, unless we've miscalculated and we won't be able to get underground like the other person. But there's an unveiler here. So the question is, do we want to get that unveiler? It could either give us an item we could use, or it could give us something, that ring of encumbrance. Something. So the unveiler rules, let's remind ourselves how they work. So when we're on a space with unveiler, we could take a peek at it, scare them off, and just get a 399, which might be something okay. Or we can dig them up for 3 cards, take a 400. Jonathan's changing his tune on the unveilers. Normally he's all about unveiler. Well, there's 2 green unveilers and then a gold. I think we should do it, Jonathan. I feel like over half of what's left is stuff we've already interacted with. Up to you. I think we should do it. Let's take 3 cards out. We don't have any digging, do we? Where's our wonderful pole? Can the dog not dig? Why can't the dog dig? Seems like the dog should be able to dig. No, the iron bar isn't for digging. Boy, next time we get a shovel, let's hold on to it. All right, I think we should do this, because we might even get that gold unveiler. Okay, so 3 cards just get thrown away. There's only 2 green unveilers. I really want Jonathan to get his gold unveiler that he was so excited about. All right, let's see what we got. You've been digging for quite a while when you hit something. A vaporous shape full of lightning appears in front of you, a spider, so called by peasants because of the hatred this wandering soul has for all those who live. A hole forms in its center, like a toothless mouth from which a sinister shriek escapes. You think you can make out intelligible words in the middle of this cacophony. Immediately after this is revealed, 473, or if you'd rather fight it. Well, this is interesting. I don't remember. We've encountered a spider before, and what we know is don't try to make friends with it. It did not It was not happy when we tried to make friends with it. On the other hand, we're pretty strong. We've got our weapons out. We're ready to beat anyone, but do we want to waste our... During the fight, it's got unsettling and evasive. So evasive is the one that we have to waste cards when we fight it. Every 3 we draw, we have to throw out 2. And unsettling, let me have a reminder of what unsettling is. Unsettling is you can only use X number of cards per fight. So you can only use 1 card in your hand per fight action. Jonathan says, last time we were tried to be nice to it. Let's try. So you want to talk to it, but shout at it, huh? Is that right, Jonathan? I need to make a note to myself to add a button. Jonathan says, yeah, let's try to intimidate it. Okay, so we tried interacting with it before. Now we're going to try again. But this time we're not going to try to be nice to it. Okay, so we are not going to fight it. We're going to 473 it. We're going to try to talk to it. But we're done being friendly. Jonathan remembers that we had some choices here, so let's see. It says, what right do you have to live on when I am died? Hisses the spitter. How will you answer? So we tried compassionate last time, I think. And then he got very angry at us. And then our choices are, we can be condescending towards it and correct its grammar. You'd say I'm dead or dying, but never I am died. So I think angry is the right answer, right? We can't intimidate. These are different choices than we had before, I think. I think we should be angry, right? Johnson's yes says, yeah, let's try angry. All right, 440, here we go. So we're saying to this creature, you think my life is so great? I'm in over the head here with my responsibilities. All right, let's see what he says. Let's see if he reacts negatively to that. The spider pauses, waiting for the rest of your explanations. So a 0-3, but we can use as many cards as we want. We can convince him. Oh, I thought he was going to kill us. Okay, so if we convince it, he says, you are right. I will relieve you of one of these burdens. We choose a side quest and we check its finished box. Otherwise, he says, ignorant, taste of my death. And then he moves through us. We lose 4 life points and get an injured card. All right, so we just have to succeed at this. Not so hard. It's a forced action. Jalieria is good at dialogue. She would let us keep an extra card, but there's no limit here. But she would let us turn flags into successes. And we don't have our smooth talking, but we do have the ability to generate 2 flags. So we can absolutely get a success with her. I'm just bringing her here so we can use her. But there's no limit, so we can absolutely make this happen. For 3 successes, probably 4 cards. I gotta refresh. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we're losing 9 health, which brings us from 75 to 66. Okay. And we're shuffling up this. So with 4 cards, we should get 3 successes. We definitely don't want to fail this. But we can generate a bonus one if we need to. It would be inconceivable to not get 2 successes on 4 cards. Okay, it's a good thing we're not confused. Okay, and we get to look at the top one. Okay, so here we go. So peeking at the top card is this. It's half a success. Don't love that. Given that it's half of a success, I'm going to draw 5 cards and ignore and not worry about that one. We're taking Jalieria. Let's see if we can't bring this a little bit. Okay, so there's Jalieria, and we're taking our cards here. Whoa, could we actually fail this? No, we got it. Okay, so pretty bad draw of cards. However, we did succeed. 1, 2, 3 stars. In fact, we could actually get more. Okay, so I guess we'll overkill. A little bit of waste, but we get a side quest finished. And we get to move along our way. That was pretty fun. So we know the spiders. You got to be rough with them. All right, so now Jonathan is already trying to think about what side quest we should finish off here. Jonathan says, I like the idea of sending him to gather the gambler's boon for that shopkeeper. Just a ghost shows up and hands her the boons. Well, that's some useful thing too, because those gambler boons are hard to come by and they're useful in and of their own right. So I like your idea here. So we're going to have him complete vegetable juice, like 3 gambler's bones, right? So I forget which one he says. He didn't say it had to be initiated, right? No. Okay, so let's just make sure there's nothing else we want. We did the poison hamlet. And we did the stellar scope. And the vegetables. Cold hard cash, a good deed. Carving out a living, the spriggy rustler. Yes, I agree with Jonathan. We're going to have him do vegetable juice. That's the boons. So what did it say? Did it say we just click the initiated and the finished? Then I guess let's look up what we're supposed to do if it says when we finish it. I wonder if it, when the initiated and finished have been checked, read 277. Okay. So this does tell us what to do. So this creature, this ghost creature, went, as Jonathan says, he gathered up all the boons, brought them to the shopkeeper. I feel like thematically, Jonathan, we're befriending him. I think we should give him this one. What do you think? I think we should give him this one. Like, here's the first one. Show him what it is. Let him take this to her. He has to gather up 2 more. It does have stuff. We could give it away. Am I being too generous? Jonathan says, if you want to. Seems kind of crazy, though. I just feel like it would be a nice thing to do. All right, I'm going to give him this. It feels like it'd be the right thing to do. But I'll put it back in here. I know I'm going to regret that, but it feels like, because we can't have a whole conversation with this ghost and be like, it's a carrot with a card in it. He's not going to know. So we're going to have to at least show it to him. All right, 277 we're supposed to read when we finish this. Am I being too generous? Should I take that back? Let's see what we got. She says, you spoil me. This is the ghost must have to come back and tell us about this. You spoil me. A promise is a promise, she announces, pulling a strange machine from beneath her stall. This is a juice extractor. It's the key to making a good gambler's boon juice. Remember to clean it well before the first use. It's an old model I haven't used in a long time. Also, take this bag of seeds that will allow you to feed your folks. So, 2 provisions, but we don't need them because our provisions are maxed out. But she does give us a Hope Reborn. Okay, I won't say no to that. And a 235. Is the 235... Well, okay, let's see. Juice extractor. To use it, you need a gambler's boon, which I just gave away to that ghost. So you put a gambler's boon inside it, you turn the wheel, and you either get 3 life points and take a 153, which is a blessing of sorts, or you take 2 49s. The 153s are the blessing, or are the other cards the blessings? Yeah, they're the blessings. Or take a glimmer and a 154, a different blessing. So I gave away the one thing that we need to use in here. And it's carry weight. I don't know about that. Why did I give the ghost our gambler's boon? Can we call him on the phone and ask for it back? All right, well, we can carry it. We're underweight. It's a trinket. It's cumbersome, too. Well, what am I doing? Wait, okay, think of it this way. Think of it this way. That was a great quest to pick, because if we had worked hard to get this quest, we would not have been happy. So I guess the creature will be happy to know that we're not very happy with the outcome of that. All right, so we got our unveiler. I forget if we moved on to here. I'm going to pay again to move on to there. It's a stealth action. Could have used that a minute ago. I'm going to... I guess I'm going to get rid of stealth. I can't remember if I paid to move on here. Did you take the Hope Reborn? I did. Yes, thank you. I did take the Hope Reborn. No, I wouldn't want to miss that. All right. So it's time to go down into the round disc if we're able to, unless something goes terribly wrong here. Which it might. The slab will probably give you access to an underground area. Unfortunately, you have no idea how to open it. Okay, here we go. So score 7 or higher to read 18, which we did already. Okay. We can just get rid of this. Otherwise, -10 for each feather card in the world map where a strange slab can be seen. Okay, so we've got one of those. So we can -10. Our ground shiver level is 7 or higher, so we can use this action, 30 cards, so we'd go down to 20 cards. 30 minus 10 for the slab, so 20 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 cards. My God, that's a lot of cards, and we don't get to keep any of them. The slab splits into several parts, which gradually lower to form a spiral staircase. You hurry down before it can reset. Okay, that's it. There's no turning back. 65 card, everything gets cleared. Okay, there's no quest specific one. Put all the cards on the board into the past. Take a 65, then put out a 78. Is that what did the other one have such a similar thing? I'm a little concerned, actually. I'm a little concerned that this is a harder slab to get down. Because there's two cards now, not just the card downstairs. Remember, the Necro Druid couldn't find a way to get onto it. All right, but it is what it is. We're down there now. So let me clear the board here. I guess we'll take a break here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back playing Dadachaem's Awakening. 4.5 hours into this session, 3:31 a.m. Jonathan has suggested this might be a good place to break, since we're obviously not going to finish this in one session, and I think that's exactly right. We've just gone down into the slab with some trepidation that was this the right slab to enter, or have we made life hard for ourselves? And it's given us 2 cards, and I don't remember if the other slab gave 2 cards or just said you start out on this card. This one said you start out on this card and take this other card, so I'm a little bit concerned about that. But let's see. So it said take a 65. Let's read that first here. You just reached the room below when a dull rumble resounds. One of the carders facing you rotates on itself and vanishes, replaced by an impassable wall. A few moments later, the wall moves again to reveal a new gallery in its place. Okay, and then the space we're on says, you find yourself in a paved room, the center of which is occupied by a spiral staircase. Its architecture does not resemble anything familiar. 4 corridors lead off from it. So here we are. That's creepy. And it looks like it can rotate a bit. And now, so this is where we are. Okay. But then we told to take this card with the rotating rooms. What is this? A subterranean world. It's a cloud. It stays out. You hear a dull rumble and swear that the ground has moved beneath your feet. Some of the passages that surrounded you have been replaced by solid walls. When you apply the temporary to green effect, return all other exploration cards already in play without replacing them with adventure cards. If the adventure card is not available, you must immediately move each character's figure to your terrain card. Return all the cards on the board and in the past, except for your terrain card, and put new exploration cards into play in each space towards which an icon points. Okay, let's read this again. Normally, you apply that effect after you reach an exploration card. So, for example, we're in X. We're in the X region, which is kind of crazy. So let's bring this out. We're going to pause this game in a second here, but let's make sure we understand this. So these would normally come out. Okay. All right. Now, what does it say the new rule is? And we go there, we flip it. And on the other side of this is this icon telling us to turn it. And what does it say? Return all other exploration cards already in play without replacing them. So, all right. That just makes it so what? You can't explore them anymore? Then it says, if the adventure card... So, these get changed into adventure cards. Normally, that's a good thing that you wouldn't have to deal with these exploration cards, which are mainly harmful. So why is... Oh, but it says without replacing them. If the adventure card is not available, you must immediately move each character's figure to your terrain card. Turn all the cards on the board in the past, and put new exploration card into play in each space. I don't get it. We apply the effect, the exploration cards leave, and you don't. So like if we went, so it's saying, if we went here, we flip it over, and then these would go away, but it says return them. So these would go away into the box. Okay. Then it says if the adventure card that we're trying to go to isn't available, everyone goes back to your terrain card. Put a new exploration card. So it just sounds like some of these paths don't go anywhere, like don't have an actual card in the box. And when you try to do it and you can't, everyone else who might be elsewhere goes back to where you were. But with the solo player, I'm not sure it has any real effect. Except, I guess, if you went down a path and then you tried to go somewhere that didn't exist, the previous place you explored would wipe off the board and you'd have to re-explore back. So it sounds like a little bit of a maze in here where some of these cards don't point to somewhere that you can't actually go. Weird, though. Weird. Jonathan says, the way I was reading it is sometimes you lose track of the way you came. You lose the other terrain cards already out beside the one you're on. Yes. Yes, I think that's right. It's just in addition to that, you don't just lose the way you came, but the place you tried to go doesn't really have a path. I guess it has like a wall is what they're trying to say. If you try to go somewhere and that card's not available, then it's like you hit a wall. All right. Well, I think if you were playing multiple players, it might be a little more interesting because people would go off trying to explore, and then someone would go somewhere, and then everyone would get lost. But for us, it doesn't feel like it's going to be a big deal, but maybe we have to map. Because clearly some of these routes are real and some aren't. Interesting. All right, so we're in underground, confusing little maze that rearranges itself. We're ready for battle, but maybe battle is not what we're in for. Maybe we would have been better off with a tracking device, but we do have the dog, who's good at navigating. Maybe he will come in handy. So we're going to break here. We will discuss in the Discord on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's links to both of those somewhere on this YouTube page. Jonathan and I will figure out when we're going to play next. Could be later this week, could be next week. We'll find out. Jonathan, you'll let me know. Fun as always. It's crazy that it took us an hour and a half to prepare for this scenario, and then another 3 hours playing just to get in to this underground world. We should remember we don't quite know how to get out of here, if it's going to be difficult to climb out, although it looks like it might be a little easier to get out than in. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea, Jonathan, before we go too deep into this place, to look at this, to see if we can get a hint about whether it's going to be hard to get out and whether we need to save health and energy to get out. But we'll do that on our next playthrough. I'll see you next time.